Everyone, sorry to interrupt, but just pooping all by myself in a potty. Cheers. Good job.
Ready? You level up? 13?
No. Am I supposed to get that from them?
See, I may be missing out on pizza, but you're missing out on deviled eggs.
Sad. I love deviled eggs. Did you get the recap email? Did you level your character up to level 13 yet?
I did not level up my character to 13. Is no one here yet?
I guess we're all here.
I'm the only one that's hanging out though.
Let's see, you have 81,200. That makes you level 13.
Okay.
Who's calling?
CJ. Can't answer through this guy because I already have a video call though.
Then show your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Brian. Are you gonna call him back?
Yeah. My phone is dead. Call him back. Wow, Google Voice cannot let you call CJ. Are you in the phone?
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah.
Wait. Should I not go holding up?
Yeah, sure. Is that all you need?
What's your question, Derek?
I'm a vampire now, right? So I have like level just 8.
Derek says he's a vampire, so he has to level adjust 8, I think.
Something stupid like that, so I don't ever level anymore.
Oh yeah. I knew that. You're still gonna get experience though.
That's fine.
You're just gonna stay at level 12.
So we're supposed to be level 13 if we're over 60 something.
78. You're over 78,000.
Okay, I was over 78 before we started the day, and my character said I'm only level 12, so we haven't leveled it up. Even though I already had the XP.
Okay. You should be at 82,450. Also made salsa, by the way.
Ooh, it's delicious. $82,450? What?
82,450.
Well, what did CJ say?
It's $1.
Oh, what?
Taking apart his bed.
So he's moving? Is he coming over?
Yeah.
Just to get the element.
So, if you remember, we were at the Temple of the Savior. We had just saved the temple from attack from House Jin vampires. Oh, thanks, Nick.
How's it going?
Just doing a recap.
Oh, awesome. Where's Derek?
There.
Oh, that can be alright. I didn't know I'd be over here. I wouldn't be very happy to be down.
There's two options. There's that, and then there's the.
Actually, I'm kind of sick of it. Just looking at my heavy stuff.
Okay.
We got one more trip to make, and as soon as we get all over there, I'll I'll come back and chill for a little bit until I go to that thing that Kirsten invited me to.
I didn't invite you, I just sent you a notification.
Okay.
There's a group of people who are going to see Guardians of the Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
The meetup group?
The brown coats?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I didn't know you guys were rescheduled this for today. Found out like earlier today when you put the thing on. I was like, oh. Sorry, yeah, it's movie day.
That's okay. There's one in less than a month from now.
Yeah. Oh, right. I'll make it to this one for a little bit as soon as I get this one. I got to dismantle the bed for a second. Can you do this?
Cool.
Thank you very much. That's cool.
Yep.
So, in defeating the House Jin vampire, the daughter heiress of the house broke the bond that was controlling Potemkin. So he's now a vampire, but he's not controlled by any, he's not a thrall. The daughter also told the party that given that the vampire lord is gone and everything that else happened, her entire family will probably be leaving town. In fact, she can feel them leaving town. You've also gained the Libris Mortis and the Order of the Savior, or the Cult of the Savior, depending on who you're talking to. They are in control of the book, but they're willing to use it on anyone who still wants to become an undead creature, or lich, or whatever. The princess of the city has told the party that the governor will be overflowing with gratitude in the form of a reward for ridding the town of the vampires. That, and that the party was on a quest already to help save the world, she knows that we should go talk with him to see what he can do for us. Him being her father. So you spend the rest of the night resting, and in your dreams you remember your brief discussion with the priest of the other temple in the city, Corlan Merithian. They had just informed you of this child of Zen who was born of a monk who reached nirvana, and the Black Empire believes that this child is somehow the key to penetrating this horizon of death surrounding the old capital. In fact, the Black Agency has summoned you to the capital city of Juhtimine in the middle of the Great Eagle Sea. However, preparations for the teleportation circle was going to take some time, and that's why you were still in the temple when the vampires attacked. So, when we start, the party is just awakening in the early morning as the bell tolls in the tower of the temple of the Savior. Oh, Derek, so the other hangouts, they just they closed because I was playing music in the background, and they detected that it was copyrighted material, and they shut off the hangout.
Ah.
You know that lute music?
Yeah. Oh, so that's new then.
Yeah, must be.
But there's
It
no
might
other
just be
links.
our Google Hangouts on air. I don't use this very often.
There is no other links in the Gathering 10 Google Plus page though.
Hmm. Shit. All right, vampire. What were you doing throughout the night?
Vampires don't have to sleep, right? Or do they?
I think they like hibernate in coffins, but no, I don't. They don't sleep.
And then they're active during the night, so I guess that's out and about.
Did you talk to anyone specific?
Who was there to talk to again?
The princess was asleep, so the entrance to the sword, the prophet, was closed. The daughter of House Jin would have been there. And a few ninja-like guards standing around. And then a few emissary-like elves.
Who tried to call him in?
Let's all talk to the daughter of House Jin.
Hello, lost soul. What bothers you this evening?
Personality sure has changed.
Or what?
Personality.
It's nighttime. You see her eyes glowing a deep crimson under her hood.
Tell me about your family history.
She spends the next 6 hours telling you about her family history. And that how they became vampires.
If a vampire turns another person into a vampire, are they technically part of the same family now?
Well, there's family, and then there's brood. So you would be part of the same brood. You wouldn't really be part of the family, though. That's different.
Okay.
Like you share the virus, or whatever it is, the curse, but you don't share blood. Hi, Sean.
Hey.
So, I've just completed the recap. Sorry you missed that.
Alright.
But the party has just awakened in the temple. It's the morning after your battle with the vampires and the gargoyles.
Is it just me and Derek?
What?
Is it just me and Derek here?
Kirsten.
No, well.
CJ's gonna be crazy late. He was here a second ago. We had to leave.
This was kind of a bad day for me.
Well, we'll just keep calm and carry on. Play as you can. So you're level 13 now.
Cool.
Derek, in her telling you about the story, nothing really stands out. Nothing that you wouldn't expect from a normal vampire family story.
Okay.
She never traveled abroad because her family was keeping her locked down at that mansion. So she's not especially old either. So she doesn't really know that much. So, with the morning bells still tolling, the princess beckons everyone from the hallway that has all of the doors to your rooms. So you hear the princess calling out to you beyond the door to your room. Good adventurers, please wait. At your earliest convenience, we should visit my father. He is most eager to reward you.
All right.
That's it now.
Everyone wakes up. Everyone exits the room, and the princess is standing there, dressed in a sparkling teal gown. One that is suitable for the high courts of Kuldne. It seems as if every seam was sewn with golden thread. The stark, unadorned walls of the hallway stand out starkly against her beauty. And the heat from the torches in this hall with no window are starting to get to you. You can feel the heat on your skin. And as soon as you begin to lament about the heat of the room, you're reminded of just how frigid it is outside. And you feel slightly less bad about the temperature inside. The princess turns and looks at everyone in the party. Hemingway, the giant one-armed barbarian. Atfu, the lanky, bare-skinned Githzerai monk. Potemkin, a Goliath vampire. Feral-looking skin and glowing crimson eyes. Basil, the gray elf wizard, standing nonchalantly in his robe. Lynxla, the catfolk ranger, limbering up on her feet and testing her bowstring without mindfulness as she looks around at the rest of the party. Monty, the elf bard, seemingly aloof, but on closer inspection, her eyes are extremely attentive. Vicarious, the human rogue, examining the sharpness of one of his daggers. Awry, the human fighter, adjusting his belt and the strap holding his two-handed greatsword on his back. And finally, Mana, the gray elf swashbuckling wizard, who is the epitome of sexy crassness. Noticeably missing is Geraldus, the human gun mage, whom Potemkin murdered viciously while he was still under control of the vampire. William the Paladin and Darkalia the Ranger stand near a corner talking amongst themselves, still unsure if they trust this party completely. The princess exits the hallway, and you follow her out through the eating commons room, through the main cathedral that's still drawn on the board here, with the vaulted ceilings and many decorated statues and stained glass, most of which is unbroken. The others are already being repaired by various monks. Extra golden-clad, ninja-like figures cling to the shadows as they watch the party leave, their eyes warily looking at the windows, probably wondering when the next gargoyle might attack. Forgoing the secret exit/entrance to the temple, the princess leads the party to the main two double doors on the front of the Temple of the Savior, lowers the cloak that was hanging at the back of her dress over her head to protect her from the cold, presses the door open, and a gust of freezing, ice-cold wind sprays in like a ray of frost on the rest of the party. Bits of snow and frozen rain stick to your eyebrows and face immediately as you begin to develop a crust of frozen atmosphere. It hurts. And unless you have some kind of protection, you're going to immediately take cold damage. So, who has protection? Kirsten?
Yep, I do.
Your damage is burning.
Those are frost.
Okay.
I think Epu took some potions that he's going to be very generous with.
Who does?
I think Epu got some potions of cold resist or elemental resist or something.
Let me look at the
Yeah,
party
I have the
then.
gloves of flame.
I don't see any in the party fund.
It wasn't in the party fund, it was part of his like personal stock.
Hmm. I'll have to take your word on that.
This gloves of flame with cold resistance.
Okay. Sean, do you have resistance against the cold?
Yeah. Had like elements the whole time.
Okay. No one takes 2 damage, but it's still bloody cold. The party exits the temple. Doors open only wide enough for a single person to step through to help keep the heat in a little. So, rank and file, one by one, the party leaves the protection of the Temple of the Savior. As the last person crosses the threshold, the door shuts behind you, and you're at the courtyard in between the 2 temples. Directly across from you is the Temple of Corlan Marithian. Frost gales spinning about in the air in front of you and its roofs as you look up to its tall spires. To your right is the harbor, down a gently sloping hill in a main thoroughfare. There are not very many people out, but there are a few at the harbor. You can see what looks like the water beginning to freeze around the edges of the harbor. As you turn to your left to follow the princess as she walks deeper into the city, you look above and beyond her on where the mountains begin, and you see an opulent golden castle where the head of the city of Kuldne lives and the government officers live. The princess turns and opens her mouth as if to say, "Yes, this is the way." But as soon as her lips part, the ground begins to rumble. First slowly, almost imperceptibly, but then the ground begins to lift in waves, lifting you off your feet, shaking and threatening to tumble everyone further standing. Everyone needs a roll a balance check. I need my dice. Do my dice, sir.
Probably in your bag.
Well, where's my bag? Okay. Everyone have bones up?
Yep.
Yeah.
My computer won't play that game.
I started Bones in the Hangout, so you should get a notification that you can use it. I need everyone to roll a balance check.
We did.
I don't see it.
I got a 13. Sean got a 16.
+6.
15. We need to add our modifier.
And yes, you do. I guess because I didn't have those open, it didn't show me what y'all rolled.
I had a 24, my tiger got a 10.
Everyone falls.
Whoa. I got 22.
Yeah, I got 24.
Everyone
The
falls.
ground lifts you up and shifts under your feet, and you fall to your hips, fall to your backsides and your chests. The princess falls on her head. As you're on the ground, you look up and you see the spires of the temples waving against the thrashing of the ground. And then the spire on top of the temple of Corlan Erythian breaks off and tumbles down the side of the temple, crashing into the street below. You hear people screaming from out of the buildings. People come running into the streets, still in their night clothes, and obviously disturbed by how cold the temperature is. However, they're more fearful of their life inside the buildings that are shaking so violently. They also fall to their feet, fall off their feet as they get onto the road. As you look to the harbor, the waves begin to, waves begin in the harbor, and they grow larger and larger, and you see one of the great statues, the great golden spires that mark the entrance of the harbor of Kuldne, break off and fall into the harbor, creating a mini tsunami. And a great wave begins to build in the harbor. And it lifts up and... I need my die. Ooh. You see many ships tumbled, though you can't identify your own in the group. The wave is building higher and higher as it reaches the harbor. And crashes over the barrier into the street. It loses much of its power, but a wave is still approaching you as you lay on the ground. Everyone needs to roll an initiative.
So that's why you took my dice.
There you go.
I got a dice right now.
Okay. Oh.
Well, I'm not going first.
What'd you get?
9.
Okay.
So I either got a 25 or 21.
Mana, you're not caught flat-footed. You're able to take to your feet as the wave approaches.
Initiative.
Uh-huh.
That doesn't sound like initiative.
Sure does. Potemkin, the same. Your giant mass takes back to your feet, and you glare at the waves as they approach. No one else beats the initiative. The wave is sweeping into the square between the two temples. Frozen shards of ice hopping to and fro on the wave. You see several sea creatures and predators get sucked up into a tornado, a sharknado. Forget the sharknado part. All right, Mana and Potomkin, what are you gonna do? Your party's on the ground. Waves are coming. You're in the middle of a courtyard.
I am going to grow gigantic and look everyone out of the way. Can you do that?
Okay. Sean?
Run away from the wind.
Potomkin, you feel your thick, feral skin tug at your bones as you begin to grow larger and larger. Your feet is now the size of a wagon, and your shoulders are atop the two-story building. Your palms are great enough to carry 4 people at a time. You scoop up all of the party in one go. At least that's what you try to do. Roll it.
Yeah. What is this roll?
It'd be on your melee attack.
Oh, melee attack. Wow. It's 18.
Okay. You're successful in grabbing 8 people.
Okay.
Are there any
Lynx leg, you get grappled up into the Tompkins' giant hands.
Are there any stairs to rush?
What?
Are there any stairs levels?
Stairs?
Or higher level?
No.
Which is
Imagine you're looking at the buildings in Germany or in London, just flat walls and windows and doors lining streets. Although beautifully decorated, there are no stairs. You take off running at quadruple speed if you want to get away from the wave.
Yeah.
Roll a balance check. To keep your balance on this still rumbling road.
Twenty-one.
Bam! You hop from rock to rock, flagstone to cornerstone, make your way up the hill. You're able to see a alleyway to your left, right as you end in the turn, and you're able to take a sidestep into it and let the force of the waves go past you. The waves are now crashing against your shins, against your knees, Potomkin. And you can't use your hands because you're holding the people. Roll a balance check.
Uh, 12.
You fail. You tumble. Your hands were.
As I'm falling, I want to toss them to the roof.
You have 4 people in each hand. You begin to fall. You say that you want to throw them towards one of the rooms.
Yeah, I have fling enemy. Does that help?
Yeah? Nice. So that what's the roll on your fleeing enemy?
I can basically just throw enemies, kind of like a projectile. I have to go read up on it. Except there's another feat for fling ally, and I don't understand why they're separate.
Well, you're gonna have a chance to hurt people. That's all.
Okay.
So
I can use a grapple check to fling an enemy. Requires a standard action. For every point by which my grapple check beats my foe's grapple, I can fling them through the foe hinder. My foe lands prone on where I take.
it's not really the same as holding something and throwing it. Unless you want to grapple these people and do damage to them.
Mm.
So, holding 4 people in each hand. You're tumbling, falling slowly through the freezing winds. You look over, and the nearest building is to the left of the Temple of Corellon Larithian. It seems like a flat roof. It looks like your best chance. You throw with both hands. Kirsten, get ready. Linksa, the hands underneath you begin to rise and then throw you. Derek, roll twice.
Okay. Any modifiers?
Not melee. That would be your dexterity. So like a ranged.
Okay. So I have a 26 and a 19.
You go flying through the air. The party goes flying through the air. 8 people. You see the roof beneath you. Potemkin, you crash down onto your face, splashing a great wave of seawater into the building. Mana, you're immune. Kirsten, you're flying through the air. You see the ground approaching.
Has somebody else landed?
No. You need to roll a tumble or a jump check, whichever you have better.
I'm going to activate my Ring of 4 Winds for a feather fall effect.
It's a great idea.
I have to roll what?
That just happens. You don't roll anything.
What do you want me to roll the first effect?
Tumble and jump.
Do I need it now? Okay.
They're going to fall gracefully. Kirsten's velocity immediately changes midair. So she falls gracefully onto the rooftop. The barbarian's not so lucky. It crashes into the rooftop, taking damage.
Oh, that was easy.
The other ranger, Darkalia, is safe. The paladin epically fails, crashes in onto his leg, and he hears a snap. And he falls to his elbows and knees and screams out in pain.
Who's the paladin?
Basil casts magic and falls safely. Awry flies face first, and right at the last second, tucks his shoulders, rolls, and lands on his back, rolling to his feet, springing up unharmed. Vicariously does the same, looks at Awry and gives him a wink. Fu uses his psionic feather fall. Monty spreads out her cape and her legs and arms as wide as she can to try to slow herself down. It works too well. The wind picks up and blows her clear off the mark, and she flies off the roof of the building onto the ground where the the water hasn't reached.
So she be her GTFO.
You hear a thump, even amongst the chaos. No one screams out.
Soul of flying squirrel.
And then, Mama, you're cool. Okay. The waves eventually recede.
So she's not in danger, Monty?
Monty,
If she's alive?
if she's alive,
She's not in danger? Because the waves are receding?
yes. The
Or is
waves,
the tsunami coming?
no, the tsunami is receded. You hear wailing, babies, women, men, screaming out in terror as buildings still shaken from the earthquake are collapsing around the city. Floods have brought out trash and refuse and flotsam from the wharf, and now everything's covered in a slimy ichor and stinks. And the freezing sea, in the freezing wind, freezes your skin until it's frozen.
Not me.
Unless you're protected from it. And then it feels cold. Mana, you look over and the princess is on her knees. She took off running as well. Though she is covered in seaweed. She must have been caught up in the waves, but she didn't die.
She didn't?
Nope.
She's in the waves, though.
She was in the waves. She's now out of breath.
Who's this, Mona?
Princess.
Oh, princess.
Her teal gown is torn. A slit all the way up past her hip on her left thigh.
How far is she?
Very near you. 10 feet.
You tell her to chill with me.
She looks over at you and coughs a wet cough, as if trying to get the seawater out of her throat. She gets onto her feet shakily and walks over to you, thanks you, and asks, "Where are the others? We must look for your friends. I'll call my father. We'll get the guards. We'll search high and low."
Nah. They'll be good.
She looks you in the eyes. She agrees. You're right. The common people, they need the men more than you do. All right, you're on the roof with the rest of the party.
Me?
Rest of the party.
Okay.
I will switch over to Nicola. Your cat is with you.
Okay.
Potemkin.
Yep.
You're able to get to your feet easily now that the waves are gone. Standing at your full height, you can look onto the top of the roof.
Okay.
And behind it, you see a frost farm.
Sharknado! All the party are looking at you. The paladin is still on his knees, nursing a wound. It looks like he's glowing. Oh, he laid hands on himself.
Yeah.
You see him testing out his new ligaments.
I thought paladins couldn't do this in public.
What?
I thought paladins couldn't do this in public.
They can definitely lay hands on themselves.
That's not lawful.
Yes. Yeah, well. The party's looking around for a way down.
What do you mean?
Hemingway, Afu, Jarkalia, they're all looking for a way off the roof of this building. Good 2.5 stories tall. You're on the roof. Potemkin.
Yep.
Are you gonna help them down?
Sure.
Kirsten, you hear a thunderous boom, boom, as Potemkin approaches the building. You see a giant head, skin pulled tight, teeth, sharp fangs, and glowing crimson eyes glare over the wall. The building's wall. And he reaches out as if to help you all down. Do you accept his help?
Sure.
Okay. You help them down. Nothing crazy happens. Except you're missing Monty.
You went splat.
Did she? You're not on the ground.
I'm not a healer. I can go find her, but I'm not a healer.
So you go find her? You go run around the building worried about Monty, and you see a lifeless body, crumpled up, wearing the fabulously colored barge clothing. It's definitely Monty.
Okay, so she's small enough. I stick her on the tiger's back and walk her back to the others.
You run up to her, you approach. She's not unconscious, but she's incredibly wounded and bleeding. She might die any moment if you don't stop the bleeding. You roll a heal check if you want to try it and stop it.
Oh, want my heal check killer?
No, you can't do well unless you roll a 1.
15.
Nice. Stop the bleeding.
Yay! And then I throw her on the tiger and take her back to the others.
Okay. She whispers hoarsely, "Thank you." She can hardly move. You all meet in the courtyard. The whole party's in the courtyard. Mana and the princess are the only ones down the road. Do you join the party?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, the princess says, I will meet you at the castle. I'm going to go help my family coordinate the relief effort. Hi, Mom.
What'd she say?
Hi, baby. Okay, so she leaves the party. And you join the party, Mana. Y'all look at each other. How long does your growth last, Potomkin?
Like one round per level.
Okay.
So 11 rounds.
Okay. So as the time passes slowly in crisis, like slow-mo, things begin to speed back up, back into real time. Potomkin, you flaccidly return to your normal size.
Okay.
Efu says, well, I guess it's time to go get some loot. And Vicarious agrees. But William, the paladin, says, wait, I think it would be more virtuous if we try to help these commoners, because they are going to need more help immediately. Is anyone going to help?
Say fuck this, let's bet.
Darkalia agrees. She doesn't trust the party completely yet anyway.
I don't see the point. Whatever reward, probably gonna be like, oh no, we need to do this down. Everything got this.
Arai, Hemingway, and Vicarious all look at each other like they should hold their own. Efu, although he feels like that might be good, he also feels like it'd be better if he was better equipped to help them. And he decides to go for the loot. Auntie is going to stay with the paladin. William the paladin says that he'll look over her and get her back on her feet as soon as possible.
So Derek.
Yep.
What do you want to do around?
I'm not exactly sure what we should be doing.
I'm all for leaving town. But we don't really have a good track.
I'm getting a lot of echo from your speakers. It's hard to understand.
I'm getting it from you.
I think it might be Brian.
Put it in the chat.
You're getting echoes from my speaker?
I think so.
I don't hear any.
You wouldn't.
And my little bar isn't bouncing at all. Except when I talk.
How about when we talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Let me see if I can't fix that. Oh man, I'm not on Linux anymore. It's so much simpler.
Kirsten, what do you think?
About what?
What we should do?
Kill the bard.
With the paladin's help, the bard drinks one of her own health potions. And while not completely healed, she looks well enough to travel with the party.
Cool. Let's start. So where are we going?
We don't really have.
Is the princess still in the water?
No, she left. Go to the Capitol building.
But she's not home.
Right.
Weren't those temple guys trying to teleport?
Yes.
What? Where's that?
The temple guys, weren't they trying to teleport us? Yes, they are.
Let's go do that. Man, unless you want to find out why there's earthquakes, I don't really care.
Fu agrees with you. Yes, we should go talk with the agency. However, I think we should first go get our rewards from the governor of Kuldne.
I mean, we could try. I don't know. With the whole town, I don't know how generous.
As you say the whole town, a aftershock hits, and it rumbles under your feet. Everyone roll another balance check. Oh.
I think it's a 9.
Sean, you slip on a wet stone and you fall. You try to catch yourself, and your hand slips on another wet stone. You end up cracking your head on a sharp shell, and you take 8 damage.
All right, let me roll my.
Eight damage for landing on his head and cracking it.
That's your HP for level
57. Minus 8 for hitting the rock.
Potomkin, you fall to your face.
Okay.
You land on your face. It protects your chest from touching the rocks. Your butt is sticking up in the air. Everyone else falls. No one else takes damage, though. The Rangers look around. You try to spot out any incoming waves or falling towers, and you see nothing. So, as a party, do you go to the governor's mansion, the palace in Kuldne, or do you go immediately to the temple of Coralon Lorithian?
Go see if he gives us. So we can get ambushed.
A freezing gale kicks up and blows, biting at your skin as you turn and you look at the mansion, whose even higher altitude you know is going to be even colder. It's at the end of a main thoroughfare, a wide enough street to carry 6 wagons abreast. The party marches down the main street, leading to the mansion. To your left and right, mostly 2 to 6 story residential buildings, highly decorated hotel-like buildings. Every window with decorated curtains. Though now inside you see disheveled lights and lanterns, a fire here and there. You see people out in the street looking in dismay at each other. You pass by a great park where 4 grand statues of gray elves stand amongst water nymphs blowing water in a spiral into a common pool. One of the statues is rocked off to the side, and now the spiral is splattering out onto the grass, the thick tundra grass that grows in this region. At the edges of the splashes, you can see where the water is freezing before it comes to a rest. You finally make it up to the grand gates that separate the mansion from the city. Enormous black iron wrought bars on decorated gates are swung shut, with 2 giant stone columns holding the gates, and the great stone walls leading out from there. There's a small pedestrian entrance door guarded by 2 gold and black armored soldiers, both with pikes out and both with swords in their sheaths and shields on their back. They eye the party warily as they approach. As you approach. Who's in front? Who's going to address the guards?
I'll do it.
Okay, before you do that, experience. It's Pumpkin. You get 200.
Okay.
Bonus. Link's like it's 200 bonus. And Amana gets 200 bonus.
Thanks for playing.
Okay. You approach the palace gate. The 2 guards look at you. You watch as their eyes travel from your hair to your eyes to your collarbones and lower, down to your exotic pirate boots, and back up to your eyes. They're both male, both gray elf, and both young.
Alright, I walk up.
They're staring at you.
Are they,
Lips sealed tight.
are they trying to stuff me?
Did you try to walk past them?
Yeah.
The one on your right reaches out with his right hand and tries to plant his fist on your chest, or his palm on your chest. It says, "Whoa there, lady. Not so fast." Do you let him touch you?
Sure, but I go there. Like, maybe you would regret that.
I can't understand you.
I said yes, but I gave him this look, like, you better never do that again.
The other guard crosses his arms with the pike in one elbow and shifts his weight from one hip to the other. He looks at you and then he looks back at your party behind you. And what business do foreigners have at the Kuldne government building?
Oh, only saving the princess.
Saving the princess? He looks at the other and laughs, as if with an inside joke. As if our princess could need saving.
I say, look, you can stand here and laugh at this full party of adventurers. Or you can come to your senses and think they probably do have some sort of business with the king. Otherwise, why would they even be here? Roll diplomacy.
You roll it 2.
What?
Oh, so then are you here with the Black Agency too?
What'd you say I rolled?
I think you said you rolled a 2.
No, a 2 is his health.
Oh.
You rolled a 14.
What?
Sean, you rolled a 14.
Oh. Plus 16. So 30.
He believes you. Oh, okay, yeah, well, that does make sense. It is cold out. And if you were just here, you probably wouldn't be walking around right after an earthquake. So, are you here with the Black Agency? They came in before you.
Good. Now get out of the way.
The guards look at each other and shrug and move out of the way as the gate behind them begins to lift up as if on its own. You realize there's a guard on top of the gate listening and watching, and he lifts it for the 2 at the bottom. The pedestrian gate's wide enough for 2 people to enter in at a time, and the rest of the party follows inside. No one gives the party a second glance. There's a few soldiers at different entrances inside the gate, and you see stairways that lead up to the top of the wall. But besides that, it looks like a giant yard, like a grassy park with different colored flowers arranged under different trees and park benches as if to just sit there and appreciate the beauty. There are streaming banners out hanging on the outside of the palace between certain windows, and some hanging like flags from flagpoles. It's a short distance from the gate to a raised stone patio, for lack of a better word, that's open to the sky. And then there are a few tables and chairs set with pitchers of water for the early morning the people that work for the governor to enjoy with their breakfast outside. As you approach the governor's mansion, there are 2 more doors to enter the building, and 2 more guards standing outside these doors. But as you approach, the doors open from the inside, and you see the princess already wearing a new gown, though her hair looks hastily put up. Waves you in, it says something to the guards, and then disappears back into the door, but then the door is open wider to allow the rest of the party into the building. Immediately inside those doors is a reception area. It's fairly large. There's 4 pillars and 2 spiral staircases, one on either side of the room. And you can see both floors. So you can see the balcony to the 2nd floor. There's heavy felted curtains drawn in front of the entrance to what would only be the throne room to the castle. The curtains are swaying slightly as if someone had just disturbed them by entering into the room. It's easy to deduce that that is where the princess went. And I need to use the restroom. Okay. You gonna do anything before going into the curtains? Instead of going in the curtains?
So when I summon a bat, it's not like a familiar, and I can't communicate with it, can I?
Right, as bad as a bat.
Okay.
Okay. Sean, you get another 100 for acting earlier.
Ruby.
As a party, you approach the curtains. Hemingway, with his one arm, pulls the heavy curtains aside. And they are heavy. As soon as they open, you hear a heated discussion inside. There's a group of black-clad with black cloaks men and gray elves addressing the king in a heated fashion, as if trying to sell him on an idea that he isn't buying. The princess is just now making her way across the room up and is walking up the stairs to take a seat behind the king and queen. The king and queen are strikingly young looking. They could be the princess's brother and sister, except when the king looks across the room, he squints ever so slightly, and you see one wrinkle on one for each eye. The black-clad men, one turns to look at who is coming up from behind, and you notice the badge of Coralon Larithian. They are black agents.
Yay. I want one of those. This container, that's okay.
This one? No one recognizes any of them.
So I'll just put on my badge and go do a secret handshake.
If you want to. You overhear the leader of the agents speaking with the king, saying that if he doesn't decide quickly, his indecision will decide the fate of his people. And he turns to walk out the door and out the curtains. And the party is in between the agents and the exit. So they're going to pass by. Are you going to talk to him?
Yeah.
What do you say?
What is the fate that you're describing?
They were currently looking at the curtains, and as you address them, the leader looks down and glares at you. And who be you to question me?
I'm not questioning you. It was a straightforward request for information. We're agents too.
At the mention of that, he looks like he doubts you. As if, how could you be an agent?
Don't we have super cool?
What did
He
you
raises his fist to stop his squad of agents behind him. Oh, right, I'm waiting. Show me your badge.
I'm already wearing it.
You're wearing it. Oh. Okay. He takes notice of your badge.
Yeah, I already told you I'll put it on.
Oh, okay. I missed that. Sorry. A very short, a halfling, runs up and tugs at the bottom of his cape. He turns and looks down. What, bibbity? What do you need now? Can't you see I'm talking? Bibbity speaks up. But sir, I think that they must be the people that we're here
squeaks again. Yes, the catfolk. You must be Litzla. Correct. The teleportation circle is ready in the temple of Corlon Nerithian. You must come with us. Where are you all the world?
Are you a halfling now, Sean?
Why are you all laughing?
Before we go with you, what is the conversation with the king about saving his people?
Be quiet, Bibbidi. He looks at you. That's not for you to know. Unless and he turns to look at the king, governor of this city, wants to discuss it with you instead. Come. Bibbidi says, yes. Whenever you're finished here, meet us at the temple. We must go to Juhtimine. So, they're walking away. Do you try to interact with them anymore?
The king?
No, the agents.
No. I don't.
Okay. And so you get another 100. Okay. The king stands as you approach his throne. His mood noticeably changes from stern to a wide grin. You see now 2 wrinkles, one for each eye, above his cheek. Everything else would hint that he is in his youth. Come, dear friends, join me at the throne. I have been waiting to meet you. My daughter has told me everything.
Fuck. They're vampires.
She's told me about how you saved her daughter, the daughter of House Jin, from her vampire parents, and thus killing her father and making them all leave the city. The people of Kuldne could not thank you more. However, I wish to make you protectors of the realm and to give you each houses within Kuldne so that you may stay and protect us forevermore.
Again,
However, the city is in turmoil. There was a great earthquake, and the Black Agency is here. They claim the earthquake is caused by a great evil at the old capital. There are fires to be put out, and buildings to be rebuilt. And so, the king needs his purse. However, I've discussed it with my quartermaster, and we still have relics from the faction war that we are willing to bequeath to your cause. He grins again and whooshes his hand across. And 4 men pulling carts of equipment come 2 from either side of the throne room, and you're presented with an option. The faction war was a dark time of the land. Kuldne did not yet exist, but the Grey Elves were already looking forward. The great enemy of the time were dragons. However, the dragons' armies were what these weapons were made for. The blue faction, allied with necromancers, and they sought the dark arts to bring forth an army of undead to fight at their side. So, we have relics for our blue faction elite squads, including weapons of Epic Bane of Undead and Ghost Touch, and Crystal of Mind Cloaking Graters. That's your Let's Fight Undead package. Are also the great enemy were the Red faction. They allied themselves with the Drow, equally as fearsome as the undead. So your other option, you have Epic Bane of Drow weapons and Epic Crystal Anchor of Alertnesses. So the Bane of Undead will give you +2 and plus 2d10 and Ghost Touch against any undead. And a Crystal of Mind Cloaking is something that you can equip into your gear so that you get +5 against mind-affecting effects, like Vampire Mind Control and Dominate Person. And you get to re-roll once if you fail. So that's what their elite undead fighting squad was going to be equipped with. And then again, the Drow squads had Bane of Drow +3 and a +3d10 against any Drow. And you have pretty much one of each kind of weapon. So you can take your pick.
What is there? Alertness?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that last thing. The Epic Anchor of Alertness. Drow's tactics include ambushes. So they gave a bonus to spot checks as well as illuminate 30 feet around the wearer, or rather where the anchor is placed. So these epic version of the anchors produce sunlight which blinds Drow and will stun them every round after if they fail their whatever save that is.
Resistance.
Yeah.
Doesn't sunlight hurt undead?
It does.
Can I mix match?
Some of them.
Did I take a weapon from one match and a crystal from another?
A pistol from the other?
Crystal.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Alright, I'll get the Bane of Undead. And then the Alertness.
What if you don't use a weapon? Just don't get a weapon.
There are gloves you can wear.
Would those gloves be better than toxic gloves?
I don't know. You don't have to give up your toxic ones.
Huh?
Hey, Brian.
Yeah, Sean. What?
Is this your key?
What?
The rapier key? Keen.
Is the rapier keen? No.
Okay.
Instead of a weapon, can we get armor?
No. Armor was recovered from the faction war. However, you can put the crystal of mind cloaking into armor.
I don't think I want the crystal of mind cloaking. One of the last psionic powers I got was Thought Shield, which gives me 15 resistance.
Nice. Man, the salsa this time is really good.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Crazy. So everyone is looking through the weapons. The other party members find things that they like. The weapons and crystals, they feel ancient to your hand, but they're...
Longbows?
Hmm?
Any longbows?
Yeah, absolutely.
What kinds?
There's the Bane of Drow and the Bane of Undead.
That's a longbow?
Yeah. Longbow, Bane of those. But it's Epic Bane.
What does that even mean?
One's really good for Undead, one's really good for Drow. That's what it means. So the items, they feel ancient to the touch. You recognize a craftsmanship that you've never seen except maybe in museums. However, the blades look completely whole. They've been preserved. You don't fear for their quality. The governor sits on his throne, grinning.
Drow are not undead, right?
So it's Bane of Undead
Correct.
plus Ghost Touch.
Yes.
And Ghost Touch actually touches ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
And Bane of Drow plus what else?
Well, Bane of Undead is +2, 2d10. Bane of Drow is +3, 3d10. So it doesn't get any extra bonus. It's just the extra damage and hit.
What do you mean by +3, 3d10?
It's a +3 Bane, so +3 to hit, +3 damage. And then on success of hit, you get to add 3d10 damage.
Okay. Drow are not undead, right?
Correct.
So they can take constitution damage and stuff.
Yes, they can.
They'll take the undead, and undead, and alertness, pistol.
Cool. As the party keeps looking at the weapons and equipment and talking amongst themselves, you hear Arai and Hemingway comparing the great sword and great axe. The curtains pull open quickly, and a man wearing light leather boots and tight pants and a loose cloak comes dashing across the room, lightning speed. He makes a wide berth around the party, but runs up the throne to the throne, but no one stops him. The king leans in, putting his hand on his knees as he looks forward with his ear towards what is probably a messenger. His face goes from grin to grimace at stark news that is just brought to him. The messenger is sweating, and you overhear the king tell him lightly, "Okay, good work. Now go rest. Thank you for the news."
There's a dragon! Because that's Skyrim.
Yeah, it is kind of like, if there was a dragon, that'd be like Skyrim. Let's go behind the throne. Up on a ledge. No. Nothing like that.
Axe of
He looks at his wife and he wrings his hands. And then he slowly puts a grin back on his face. And he waits for the party to finish choosing their rewards. Everyone seems finished. They've chosen what they wanted. The quartermasters bring the carts of the few pieces that are left and pull them away. And the king addresses you. Come to the throne, please.
Okay.
I've just received dire news. That earthquake that we all experienced, an anomaly for this far to the north, is even more mysterious. I've just received word that the entire kingdom also felt an earthquake. To the farthest reaches, even on the other side of the empire, it was as if the entire world shook at once. I know not what that means, except that your skills will probably be needed elsewhere. While I'd love to have you as protectors of the realm, please do not feel obligated to stay, and go to wherever it is that you find that you will be needed the most.
Okay.
Okay. The agents that you met as you approached the throne earlier, they were asking for you. Maybe you should speak with them, as the Empire has even greater means than we do. Perhaps they will know more.
Alright. Quest update.
Okay. The princess calls out to you as you leave. I'll never forget you. You exit the curtains. The doors open. You get blasted by freezing cold wind. The sky, which has been a stale, pale gray, almost white, has turned dark as the sun has risen higher. Perhaps it's going to rain soon.
All
The
right.
party makes their way without hesitation down the main thoroughfare. You see people helping each other put out fires and right upturned plants and put heavy cloths and canvas to cover over the broken windows. Party, you make it to the temple of the courtyard between the two temples. And you turn and you make your way to the temple of Coralon Lorethian. As you approach, the undecorated doors open outward. And you see a warm glow inside. There's no one sitting at any of the pews, but there are 3 or 4 monks wearing robes, or perhaps they're priests, priests, toiling about, writing upturned idols and statues, putting out small candles that are on their side.
They're closing down for the night?
No, it's like afternoon, but they're still recovering from the earthquake. The small little bits, that, like candles and little statues and things had fallen over. They're just picking up the rubble. You hear off in the background, "They'll come! I know they will!" It must be Bibbidi and the other black agents. What you be going on about, Bibbidi?
How did Bibbidi?
It'll come. We'll make them come. No one denies the black agency. One of the priests notice you entered, and shuffles over to you hurriedly. Masters, you've come to speak with the black agents, yes? The teleportation circle. It has been prepared. Are you ready to travel? Please hurry, hurry. And he begins to shuffle away as if expecting you to follow.
Alright, sounds like let's do this.
Okay, I'll follow.
Okay. Party makes your way to the very
I said
start.
I would follow. They didn't say anything.
Yeah,
I saw her go.
Okay.
the very undecorated main chapel area of this temple. To the back corner doorway, you have the doors are open for you, and you step inside to a room that's inside, deeper inside the temple. You can tell because the outside walls are made of stone, yet all the walls in this room are made of wood. A dark spruce. It leaves a bitter, pungent smell in the air. Besides the smell, the it's warm from torchlight. And if you detect magic, your skin was prickling before you'd entered the room. The magic used to create that teleportation circle is like a thick lightning bath in the atmosphere above it. You can almost see the energy. The intricate runes are drawn in a grand circle. What must have taken countless hours of many skilled rune writers. At the far end of the teleportation circle, you see a small desk, and standing at it are the 4 Black Agency agents. One of them is standing on a stool to see onto the desk.
See? I told you they'd come. Hey, come join us at the table.
Sounds like a mouse.
Bibbidi waves over to you to come meet them. And the priest, he kind of warns you, don't step on the runes until you're ready to travel. As everyone piles into the room, it gets warmer and warmer from all your body heat. Well, except for Potemkin, who doesn't have body heat. You see on the table a grand map of the world. You see a big red X painted over. Hey, James.
Hey, dude.
Pretty good. Just in the middle of things.
What I miss?
Hmm.
Not too bad. No worries.
Let's see. Okay, pause for a second. We'll tell you what was on that map in a second. So there's pizza.
It's also.
The party woke up in the temple, decided to go to the governor's mansion to receive their reward. They step outside, giant earthquake. Knocks over buildings, knocks over one of the giant spires that was at the entrance of the harbor, falls over, tsunami. Tries to take out many of the party members, they fall. Potemkin grows and lifts everyone up and throws them to the top of a building as he is knocked over by the wave. A few people fall off the roof and are nearly killed. Other people feather fall. The paladin decides to stay behind with the other ranger and the ones that almost died to help the commoners in the area because there's fires started, buildings falling over, everything's in turmoil. Tsunami and earthquake. So the princess carries on to go talk to the governor about coordinating relief. The party follows her. We make it to the governorship. We meet the king/governor. You enter as the black agents are addressing the king heatedly, trying to sell him something that he's obviously not buying. You walk in at the end of the conversation that if he doesn't make a decision now, then his indecision will decide the fate of his people. And so they turn to leave, and the 2 main agents that are speaking with the party recognize the party and say, hey, teleportation circle's ready. Come to the temple once you're done with this guy. So then the governor thanks you, says he wished he could give you homes and keep you in Kuldne as protectors of the realm. But everything's in turmoil. He has to keep his gold purse, but instead he has relics from the old faction war from a few centuries back. They included equipment for an elite group of fighters who specialized against the other factions. So there was an elite undead Bane gear weapons and a crystal of mind cloaking, which is +5 against mind affecting effects, and a reroll. And then there was so that was against the blue faction. And then the gear that they made against the red faction was Epic Bane of Drow. And I guess you could probably see the details.
These are all augment crystals? Are these all augment crystals?
The bottom one's not. So the top one are actual weapons. And they're the Bane Undead +2, +2d10, plus Ghost Touch. They're pretty epic. The Bane of Drow is +3, +3d10 against Drow. So the Undead, that Crystal of Mind Cloaking Greater, that's a augment crystal. You can put that in whatever. But the bottom one is a Crystal Anchor of Alertness. You actually have to like bring it out, and it does like a sunlight effect up to 30 feet, so you get plus to spot and listen checks. And sunlight blinds Drow, and it'll also dazzle them if they fail their checks. And so that's what the party was offered. You were able to take 2 items.
Okay.
So everyone took items, and then the party left. Now we're at the Temple of Corlon Larithian, and we're entered the room where the teleportation circle has been ignited. The runes have been drawn. The air is crackling with energy.
So, start with a quick question.
Yeah.
So, if none of these items are useful for me, can I take one and sell it?
Yeah.
Which items did not get taken?
It's pretty much a grab bag. Anything you want is in there, it sounds like.
Kind of, yeah.
It's pretty much make up whatever you want that includes the Drow and the Bane of Undead, and you've got it.
Sorry, I cast spells. I don't get stuff with weapons.
Right.
True.
So it's not going to help you very much.
You can grab another rape.
Does anyone else need another item?
Can I wear 2 different gloves?
Yeah, you'll just have to specify which one you're doing.
Okay. I get also the Drow gloves?
Crazy town.
Alright, I'll pick up the grab gloves and give it to
Nice.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
So, I haven't slept in like 3 days.
Yeah?
And
That sounds crazy.
Yeah, I got wake up at 4 a.m. So, now that James is here, if he's okay with it, I'll have him play me as a proxy.
Or I'll play as you.
I said James.
You don't want to seduce any bartenders?
I don't want to die. Oh, I forgot my mini drama.
No, speaking of which, I also have Clem's character sheet.
I would say
you want me.
I would say you have nothing to worry about, but that'd be a lie. So Okay, so you're gonna head out?
Yeah, I kind of need to.
Okay, yeah, you can do it.
All right, James. Full combat expert. Don't get me killed.
Alright.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
Alright.
Alright, so you enter the temple. The priest shuffles across the room. You follow him. You enter the room. It's clearly inside somewhat deep inside the temple, because every outer wall is made of stone, and all the walls of this room are made of a dark spruce. It fills the room with a bitter, sweet smell, like that pine smell. Also, radiating from the room is heat. The warmth of the torches and the body heat of everyone standing around is a stark difference from the incredibly freezing cold winds that are outside the temple. And then Kuldne. Also, if you detect magic, your skin was prickling even before you entered the room. You have massive amounts of energy just emanating out of the runes that have been intricately drawn on the floor in such a intricate pattern that it must have taken many hours for many artisans to draw. But now the energy is pulsing in a dark blue-white light out of the teleportation circle. On the far side of the room, there's a desk. There's 4 black agents standing around. One is standing on a stool. Vividi, you met her at the castle. She turns and says,
Hey, yeah, I told you they would come.
Well, you said that like 20 minutes ago.
yeah, but James is here now.
Okay.
And her partner, what be it? Vividi, if they didn't come, we would have made them come. Now hush. The priest warns you not to step on the runes unless you planned on teleporting them. And the party makes your way around the teleportation circle to the table. And there lies a great map of the world with a large red X drawn on where the old capital used to be. A golden star over the island of Juhtimine. A small black circle. I guess I could put the actual map up and have it.
Google Maps.
I've had a few Hangouts open, but I was playing that loop music in the background, and it said, closing your Hangout for broadcasting unlicensed material. I was like, what? How did you go? I didn't know it was picking it up. Oh, well.
Yeah, child protection.
No. Yeah, go back to batch this for the different view. Yeah, there we go. So there's a big red X here. The gold star is down here. That's Kuldne. Little circle, that's where you are. That's not quite. And this advanced teleportation circle will teleport to Juhtimine. Yeah. from Kuldne. So on the map, right, there's also markers for military forces, and it looks like there are blue faction forces and so they would be the undead on one side, as if they were approaching this side of the Imperial rooms. So, according to their map, at quick glance, it looks like there was a blue army movement. As you're looking at the map, Bivini restarts their conversation.
I just know that it's gonna be a good thing.
Who the hell's talking now?
Bivini, she's a halfling black agent.
Okay.
She's standing on a stool at the desk.
And where are we now?
You're inside the Temple of Corlon Rithian in Kuldne.
Okay. And then, do we know where we're going?
Juhtimine? The capital's island city.
Alright, so we're going to go directly there. Do we want to do anything else? Did we want to go, I don't know, find that artifact? Or go see about that golem?
About the golem? I think the party just said they want to go to Juhtimine, the black agents. So, the other black agent, who's with Bivini, he replies, "Hey, enough. We don't know what it means. Yeah, we wanted the horizon of death to disappear, but not like this."
So what happens to the horizon?
We're just finding out.
Okay.
So you speak up and ask, "What happened to the horizon?" Bivini says,
Yes, that's why we came to get you. The horizon of death, it turned opaque. And then we were worried it was going to get bigger, but then it disappeared. And we were all happy. Except then all the nasties got out, and they've been overrunning the armies.
The nasties got out.
yeah.
Well, that makes things simpler.
There was also a really big earthquake, so no one really knows what's going on. Oh, there was a messenger that came to the governor while we were going through the equipment that let him know that there are reports coming in from all around that they also had earthquakes, and it seems to be as if the entire world shook at once. It wasn't local.
I don't know whether or not I should do planar projection tricks.
To do what?
Planar projection tricks.
Planar projection. What would that do?
Well, okay, so technically it's a ninth level spell, so I can't cast it. However, a nightmare, it being a planar creature, also has the ability to cast it. So I could, in theory,
Get a nightmare.
yes, either get a nightmare, which is only like CR 12 or whatever, or like 12 hit dice or whatever, and controlling one get that nightmare to, well, project us into the plane. Do planar projection. What it does is it leaves our bodies in place wherever we are, and then it projects our consciousness into the astral plane. From the astral plane, we can then travel to anywhere else, including the physical plane, where we will materialize new bodies. And then we can go about doing our things with these temporary bodies, and if we get killed, we go back to our sleeping bodies.
Nice.
Later protection. It was almost like the Matrix. You thought you got a new body.
Yeah, except if you die, you die.
Right.
But I don't know if you want me to remove Brisk that way.
You're dead. Oh, you're back on the other side of the world. I don't know.
I mean, it does remove you from the whatever is going on.
True. Unless everyone died at once. Then it'd be hard to like, oh, okay.
Or like while we're being projected, assassin comes out and assassinates.
Dude, did you say the D&D Next came out?
Oh, I heard, but I haven't paid any attention to it whatsoever.
You know, the entire book is online, like from Wizards on their site.
How are they going to make money with that?
I don't know.
But yeah, 9th level astral projection is part of the reason why it's possible to kill high level wizards. Because they're never actually killing their body, they're killing their astral projection. And their actual body is like sitting in their own personal plane somewhere.
Those bastards. It's kind of like a weird.
But other than that,
phylactery.
so actually traveling there is not that big a deal. I mean, we can first try to scry teleport. If that fails, then we can do a shadow walk.
Yeah, there's all of that.
And if we're not really going anywhere else, then sure. First day, I'll try scrying greater teleport.
So you're in a room with a teleportation circle, and you're talking to the agents about going to Juhtimine, and then instead you're saying, let's just go to the Imperial City. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, okay, so they have a circle to Juhtimine?
Yeah.
Okay. And Juhtimine's the center of where the
Empire. Empire capital. Bad stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, do we have any purpose to do anything to do in the capital?
Meet with the head of the Black Empire, the
Okay.
agents.
Alright, I guess we should do that. We'll go there then. Unless anyone objects.
Nope.
Mono agrees. Arai, Vicarious, Hemingway, and Fu cross their arms and nod. Monty seems aloof and is just staring at the wall. Linksla, grooming yourself.
Always licking myself.
Potemkin,
Doing what I normally do.
what?
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 I said I had agreed.
You're
No,
you're out of beads?
no, I had agreed.
Oh, you agree. Okay. Cool.
So off we go.
All right, what'd you be waiting for? Everyone get in the portal already. We didn't make that for nothing. Say hello to the Captain Commander for me.
I thought you were gonna say bye to a friend.
Who, me?
Say hello to my little friend.
Don't do anything crazy, okay? Because we're going to be coming right behind you. See you there.
Hemingway doesn't want to go. He's been pacing in the corner with his arms crossed, arm under his stump. And he looks distressed. Mana is going to try to talk him into it. And she fails. Anyone else want to try?
I have no diplomacy whatsoever.
Does it matter? I mean, do we need him along for any reason whatsoever? So apparently this earthquake tsunami thing happened before we were able to go shopping or anything like that.
Yeah, but I thought we were going to the capital.
That's right. We are going to the capital.
Yeah,
So let's go to the capital, and then I'll do my shopping.
Capital's an awesome place.
Okay.
Okay, Fu does.
Alright, if Efu wants them to come along, we can cast a suggestion. You think it's a good idea to come along? We'll save, 21.
21 on a will save? Nope. He feels like it is a great idea. You don't have to be cold for much longer. He's used to cold, but not this kind of cold. So the priest standing around warned all the party members, all right, now try not to look around, and once you're on the other side, don't forget to breathe.
Try not to look around?
Yes. And once you're on the other side, don't forget to breathe.
So why should we not look around?
Because you get dizzy and puke and fall out.
Yes.
Okay.
You might be busy. All right. Who's going first? Hemingway is all kinds
Is
of
this something
boisterous.
that we're going to have to roll for? To see if we make it?
No, not to see if you make it.
So before we go, arcane sight, etc. I want to examine the circle real quick.
Okay.
I do.
Oh, geez.
Take 10 spellcraft, take 10 knowledge arcana.
So Cards Against Humanity is now available online.
It is?
And I just
What?
won a game. I walked in halfway through a game and just won.
With who? Who are you playing with?
Strangers! That's whoever's online.
But yeah, so taking 10 is
James is talking.
taking 10 gives me 36 knowledge arcana and 44 spellcraft. And I just want to make sure that looks
44 spellcraft? What? Okay, well that's almost the 50.
I just want to make sure that everything looks like they should.
I'll be right back.
And with a little preparation, I can get it if you really want me to.
Just a second.
Actually, since there's no time difficulties here, why don't I just take 20 instead?
I'll take 20 instead of 10.
Yes. Which puts me at 54 spellcraft.
What's a cutie mark?
QT, like the letters.
Uh-uh.
I have no idea, babe. What is it?
I don't know.
Okay, everything looks grand. In fact, you can see the regular runes, and in between them were the meta runes were drawn to enhance the distance.
Okay.
Oh.
And then I'll go first. Unless anyone else wants to. Actually, no, I'm saying.
Hemingway seems eager to go. He thinks it's a grand idea. He steps in with both feet at once. You see him about to land, but then his body flicker and then disappear before his feet actually land. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Okay.
Efu is normal to, is used to traveling this way. He nonchalantly steps in.
Well, if we want to be really careful about it, we'll hit me with what I got. Whatever the mind link spell is. And then he'll set it through. Although I don't know what the range of mind link is.
I think it would break. What's he's through if you didn't go at the same time?
Yeah, sure. Alright, never mind. I'll just go through. And I'll follow shortly thereafter.
Catfolk,
Yes.
your pet,
Yeah.
is feeling anxious and doesn't want to go into the portal. And roll handle animal to make it go.
Yes. Sure. What happens if I low roll?
That music. The
13.
ringtone.
Oh, that's me. Oh.
13.
13. And roll the cat.
Where's the die?
Okay, you convince it. It begrudgingly steps lightly over to the portal and then kind of like shoulders drop.
Yeah, and you found out I finished my career yet. I was like, what the hell is that? I mean,
All right, heeding the advice and the expertly crafted teleportation circle, everyone arrives and they feel fine. No upset stomach. Hemingway finally lands, and instead of boots on stone echoing off wood, there's a hollow echo resounding because you've teleported into the middle of a grand chamber.
Ooh.
Although the roof isn't as tall as you'd expect for the size of the room, a mere 2.5 stories, the room goes on and on in all 4 directions, as if in a grand warehouse. There are no windows, so you're left to expect that you're beneath the ground. And along the walls, at every side of the room, there's little pods of people. 4 to 8 in size, standing around desks of different makes, different woods. The teleportation circle was built on a slightly raised stone platform, the kind of stone that you've never seen before. It could even be a strange bone that has been carved to look like stone bricks. There are countless torches and candles throughout the room, though in the center of the room there's an eerie light glowing, a magical light glowing. The party stands, gets their feet, and looks around at each other. You're all there. A man in a black leathers with a black cloak with the symbol of Kuldne on his chest waves you over off of the teleportation circle, and he calls you over. As everyone exits the teleportation circle, the 4 other agents appear behind you, and they immediately go off to some desk that was previously unoccupied. I can use that again. So we're on a Windows server at the moment. It's kind of interesting. I had to switch this guy's motherboard out with a different one. Upgrade, but it's like a ATX to a micro ATX.
Oh.
So that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
So, like, I lost 2 of the serial ATA ports and 1 of the graphics card slots, but now everything's upgrading now, like from DDR2 to DDR3 RAM. Now there's 12 gigs of RAM instead of 3. That's a huge difference.
Yeah.
And
the micro ATX, I kind of assume you've lost slots too.
Yeah, I did, but we did have dual like SLI NVIDIA, but they were like 6800 GTs, and so it was old. And so now he doesn't have a graphics card. Because one of the reasons why I had to replace it, because one of the other ones was blowing up graphics cards. I have several graphics cards now that exploded. But the one that went with him was a Radeon HD something. It was better than both of the other 2. So it's okay. We turned 3 computers into 2 and came out more or less on top. That's cool. Just a lot of headache.
Yeah.
And now he's still doing the serving of the Minecraft server. I just have to move the files over. I mean, I just got it. And both running last night. I was pretty excited to actually have D&D. Yeah.
Yeah, you spent all night on it.
Anyway, so we're in Juhtimine.
Yes, we are. A human, a man with a 10 o'clock shadow. He hasn't shaved in a while. He's got a strong jaw. It's set tight as he comes up to address the party. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are now at the Black Agency headquarters. If you'll make your way over to my desk, I will quickly debrief you and allow you some time to reacquaint yourself. Get your feet back on the ground. With that, he turns with a snap. Cape, fluttering quickly, shortly, briefly, and you hear his boots click-clop like a horse across the stone floor to the desk on the side of the room. About 80 feet away. That's warehouse style. The groups of people are far enough away you can't hear what they're saying unless you augment yourself. You approach the man's desk and you see a similar map that you saw with Bibbidi and her squad had, except in addition to the blues, you also see reds, army movements, positioned at 2 different vectors, both headed towards a main force of the Empire's troops, just outside the Imperial ruins. The man turns, looks to you again, and tells you that we've been reading the mail sent through the Empire's postal service, and we discovered a lightly encrypted message between 2 counselors. With that code, we've discovered that the blue and red cities have amassed large forces and are on the move towards the ancient ruins. And what has been known to call the horizon of death. What you may not know is the horizon of death no longer exists. Just hours ago, there was a worldwide event. A large earthquake struck as far as the empire reaches. With that, tsunamis, fires, and the disappearance of the horizon of death. Don't look so happy, barbarian. He addresses Hemingway. You're still not out of the shitter yet. He has like a little long pole with a little leather thing on the end of it. What is it called? Cowl? Yeah. Crop. It's like a little
Riding crop.
riding crop. And he smacks the dust with it. Right on the Imperial City. From this point, there have been ghouls, ghasts, vampire lords, and enormous giant skeletons spilling out into the countryside and the ocean. Unfortunately for us, we're the largest settlement nearby. Luckily for us, there's an ocean between us and them. Unfortunately for us, the earthquake caused an enormous tsunami from the coast near the walled city of Smartgeden. And the tsunami has taken out nearly half of our harbor and much of our military fleet. However, fortunately for us, the other side of the city are where all the merchants are. So while we lost military might, we still have mercantile might. Yeah. So, as we speak, we have a forward operating agent en route to set up a base in what would be the old harbor of the Imperial City. We've recovered maps from when the Black Empire was yet the Black faction and still trading with the old Empire. And we believe we've found a location for such a base. He asked for your help by name. The people who are right here on the first. Lixla, Basil, Efu, Mana. No, like everyone else is dead.
So what sort of help are you requesting?
I'm not requesting help. I'm telling you where you're going to be going in the next day. That's it. Their mission is to cross the sea, create access point to which we will teleport you to the heart of the Imperial City. Certainly whatever has been causing that horizon of death must be there. What we're hoping is that the earthquake, whatever caused it, has weakened whatever it was causing the horizon. That's why it's disappeared. Now is our time to strike. He slaps his, what's it called again? Crock on the table. The back. But there's still time. We need to wait for them to get there. So.
And we're basically racing 2 other armies to get there. And do we know if on the other side has sent like forward forces as well?
He points at the map. The Tower de Mazarine, their profane magics, have an undead army who haven't quite made it onto the peninsula yet. Mount Cygnus have not so secretly aligned themselves with the Drow and Spits. They're sailing their cursed ships across the sea. However, they plan to land, I can't even see it on this map, like here, just on the other side of what was the ancient gate, guarded by an ancient golem.
Your forward force, where is it right now?
In the ocean. Headed
There.
towards. Yeah.
So in the event that your forward force runs into opposition, they might not be able to set up a teleportation circle.
Ha 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 ha! You don't work with forward forces very often, do you? And then he looks at everyone, seems to take back the statement. These are highly trained killers. They ask for you by name. Know you not the commander that was in charge in Volcarius? Wait, what was that place called?
Well, yes, but they're heading into a situation where they have no...
Valkea.
Well... I mean, do they have any other... I mean, do they know what they're walking into?
They don't plan
Do
on
we know
fighting
what we're-
anybody. But
I know what we're walking into.
what you will be teleporting into is a forward base in a holding facility deep under the harbor where the old Empire used to store their shipments as they would come in. We suspect that it will be safe.
Okay.
In the meantime, a call has been put out to all the Black Empire armies, and they're coming in from all across the empire. He points with his crop. Here, and here, and here, and there. We're calling in the troops. We're moving in. We can't miss this chance.
Well, in that light, would you be willing to provide a little financial assistance?
Absolutely. What do you need, Agent?
We'll have to see what your merchants have to offer here, but
Okay, so he tells you that he expects them to be there by 1400 tomorrow. So you have a little more than a day. He points across this enormous room to what looks like a barred fence that goes from ceiling to ground. And he says, that's where you'll find the quartermaster. And if you squint, you can kind of see it way over there. You go to the quartermaster, and they have all sorts of gear that you can check out for free. It's pretty much every weapon that you can find that's at +1 level. As well as the like armor that looks like what they're wearing, the gear, like the cloak, more symbols, scrolls, paper, quills, all that ink and stuff that you might need to make scrolls, reagents for crafting magic items. This is like all the sundry stuff. But they don't have any of the exotic named equipment.
Alright, how about the not so named but kind of expensive stuff? Like, amulet of health, advantage of intellect, that kind of thing.
Probably, yeah. Let me just look at it. So that's magic item compendium, magic items by price. So you're talking.
So like the +4 levels are 16,000 each.
Right, none of the +4 stuff. All the +1s of that kind of thing.
Okay. +2, +1 bonus that isn't really useful. But okay. Infinite scroll case.
Infinite scroll case?
Yeah.
There is such a thing?
Wait. I have a very large list of scrolls. I'd like to be able to pull them out without taking too many actions.
I'm interested. Where is that? It's just called Infinite Scroll Case?
Yeah.
Holds up to 50 scrolls. That's not infinite. +4 on concentration check. Yes, they would have those. That makes sense. They would also have a rusty bag of tricks.
I guess I'll leave off on the Flamer Resilience for now. Or not the Flamer Resilience, the Magic Circle, the Nightmare Resilience for now.
Okay.
Unless you want to let me do it.
I don't not want to let you do it. Just play it by the rules.
Here.
Derek, do you want anything?
I don't think I can afford anything that I want.
Can you email it to me then?
You get a better bet?
I have one shop, but
might want to consider quiver of energy if they have one.
What does that do?
Lets you imbue arrows from it in it with a particular type of energy. Basically, your bow shoots things that with shock, right? So you could imbue those arrows that you shoot with it with additional type of energy.
I think I might have the quiver of the Lana.
So you gonna have spears in it?
I already have the quiver of the Lana. That's my spears one. Yeah, that's my storage. So can I carry 2 quivers?
Equipping them would be a problem, but having them would be.
Just
So,
to determine which one
I
you
would
want
just
to be
have
using.
the quiver of energy equipped.
Quiver of Alana is just storage space.
Exactly.
Of course, quiver of energy is also 15,000.
No.
They don't have a quiver of energy, but when you ask, the quartermaster tells you, yeah, you're only gonna find that with the merchants. Sorry, my lady.
And your +1 shocking bow is like 2,000, something like that.
Luckily, they weren't destroyed in the tsunami, so I heard.
I put the items I wanted to look at.
What do you say? What happened to your item roller?
Shirts.
Is that only for...
Next game's like the
Oh crap, that's a lot of money.
Cloak of Thorns. No, they don't have those.
I think the Cloak of Thorns might be from the savage species.
I thought we...
There's a couple of versions of the Cloak of Thorns. This one was the strongest.
Okay,
No, they don't have a Cloak of Thorns.
Okay.
Or the Shirt of Ironskin. However, I think you could find that into this specialty merchant. He's on the north side of the town.
Alright, squirrel flame arrow.
He points on a quick map he draws on a napkin that was under a beer mug. You think you can figure it out. So you're free for a day. Would you like to go buy things? As you finish up with the quartermaster, and he points you to a section of the wall that looks like it's made out of like a giant plate of metal. And it tells you that's the entrance and exit. So you walk over to it, and a woman is standing there wearing a dress that is tight, form-fitting, and she also has a cloak and also has the pin, but she's not wearing leather armor, it's just like a dress. She has a headband on with a jewel on her forehead. She acknowledges you by putting her hands together with a slight nod of her head. And she turns and places both hands on a panel, and it begins to glow. And the wall of metal becomes translucent. And on the other side, you see another person, a man, in the same similar cloth-like uniform, also with a headband, just on the other side. You walk through the wall. On the other side, you're surprised at how fresh the air is on the other side of the wall. It's there's almost like a nice breeze blowing through a hallway. And to the immediately in front of you are double doors leading into what looks like a circular room. The walls are round. And to the left and to the right are stairs that both lead up. And there's a breeze blowing down into this area from the stairs. So you make your way up the stairs, and they spiral around that round room in the center. Up until you exit what looks like it could have been a church at one time, but now it's turned into like a administration office. There's a clerk with a desk and crates of paperwork, scrolls, and quills, and ink, and 6 heavily armed agents with sleeveless shirts, sleeveless vests on with the symbol of Kuldne written.
How many?
6. And then there's another door that exits into what could have been the cathedral of a temple. It still has the original stonework and statue and what was probably the altar at one point to Kuldne Writhian. But now there stands a monument to, it looks like a group of adventurers standing all back to back, looking outward and upward. There are small little dividers throughout that large cathedral room and a long carpeted walkway leading to yet another set of doors that lead out of the building. As you walk toward those last set of stairs from one of the little separated desk areas in that last room, you hear Vivity.
Hi! I'm glad you decided to come with us. I didn't want things to get nasty. So, did the Captain Commander tell you what's happening?
She looks at the kitty folk. And the giant, feral-skinned, crimson-eyed vampire Goliath. And everyone just stares at her.
Well, I guess actions are stronger than words. Okay. So, in case I didn't tell you, we have a lodging area. It's under what used to be the old horse stables, the original castle that was on the island. They're just across the main thoroughfare from the temple. Okay, see you tomorrow. I'm going to be on your forward operating team. We're going to travel with you.
And then she walks away, shrugging, like she tried.
Alright, so scrubbing materials, scroll flame arrow, and a scroll case. Those are all good.
A scroll of flame arrow?
Yes. Third level spell.
Yeah, sure. Flame arrow.
Or somebody's spell book with a flame arrow. It doesn't matter. I just need to copy it off of it. My spell book.
You exit the temple, and the breeze is warm and welcoming. Well, the air is warm, the breeze is cool. There's a slight scent of flowered trees blooming all around the city. You look around and there are tons of people walking about. Some in opulent robes, some obviously messengers running with armfuls of scroll cases, people on horses, and there are buildings of every kind built seemingly on top of each other. Immediately across the main thoroughfare, which this temple was on, is a building which looks newer than the rest, made out of foreign timber that you don't recognize. On the wall, there's a sign called the stables, and from the looks of it, it looks like an inn. That must have been where she was talking about, where your lodging has been set up. You also see a sign on the corner of one of the crossroads pointing to where the merchant harbor is. And it's close by, 2 miles. Through the sprawling Empire City. There's buildings made of wood, of coral, shale stone, different kinds of woodwork, stucco, mud. It's as if every nation has had a touch on building a city. But more so than everything else, the Grey Elves, you recognize the highly decorated street signs and fountains and statues and flowering trees on every corner. In short, the place is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And the climate is a welcome change from Kuldne.
Alright, I'm done unless anyone else still needs to do shopping and such.
Shopping?
Anyone actually want to go to merchants and buy stuff?
Those are some black feet. Oh my god. What are you doing? I cleaned the floors.
Apparently I did.
Where did you get this? Oh my god.
I don't know. Do you want to buy one of those things at the merchant, Derek?
Which things were they again?
Shirt of iron skin or cloak of thorns?
I thought you said that they weren't available.
They weren't available from the quartermaster.
They weren't available for free.
Okay.
You probably intend to pay.
I haven't looked at their cloak of thorns in a while. I need to figure out what exactly it does.
A +2 enhancement to existing natural armor.
Sure, that's it.
In addition, creatures striking you in melee with a natural weapon or non-reach manufactured weapon takes 1d4 plus 3 damage. Piercing damage. 1d4 plus 3.
And that's the one that costs 26,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there anything I can buy for my tiger?
Bardage.
Hmm?
Bardage.
What's that?
Armor for animals.
I can get that? Sure.
They also have cool collars that give you better bites.
Most passive magic items work.
I
So
need
things like
7,000 gold.
Rings and amulets. Put rings on your cat. They have
Can I get the shred of iron skin? Can I, how much would it cost for both?
Let us consult the merchant. What is your appraise skill? Modifier.
Which book would that be in?
Party?
Yeah.
We have
It's just in player's
on
handbook.
a negotiate for me.
So barding is a modifier on any existing weapon or any existing armor.
What is it?
Existing
I'll have
armor, but I don't think my cat has armor.
Here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. She gets a plus 19.
So basically, whatever armor you want to give them, and then where there's and there's modifiers. I guess.
So I'm just gonna
I need to put 26,000 GP. And the other one was how much?
15,000.
What was these?
Yeah, 7,000 gold.
Okay. Oh, I was putting that in selling. Oops. Uno momento. Significantly different. Okay, roll a D100. Whoa! Lucky.
What?
Rolled a 98.
Okay, so what other ranger stuff would be good at this point?
Oh wait, that's bad. That's bad when you're buying.
7,000.
Because you want the price low to be low. Okay. The total price is 51,590.
Yeah, I can't afford that.
It'd be 32,000 for the Cloak of Thorns, and then 19,000 for the shirt.
I can't afford either of those.
Okay. Well, good sir, the world is going to a shit. I can only assure you the prices will be going higher.
Going to a ship.
Until money is worth.
Right. So, all caps. Person.
What?
Lixla hears a whisper in the back of her mind.
Okay. A whisper in the back of my mind.
Go down to the docks on the north side of the island.
But we were told by Bibbidi to go to the horse stables.
To sleep.
Sleep.
To sleep. It's still daytime.
Oh, that's just asleep. So something's whispering in my head.
It sounds like the voice that led you to the artifact earlier.
sounds like the artifact. Okay, well then I'm going to tell the rest of the party. Artifact's speaking to me. It says to go down to the dock.
South. Okay.
Is anyone gonna go with you?
I don't know.
So which artifact is speaking to you here?
The one that led us here.
What? No. The last time you heard it is when you were led to that box of artifacts.
Oh, that one. And it sounds the same?
Yeah. It sounds hauntingly familiar, though you've never heard it before. One of the pizzas has jalapenos, one doesn't.
Yeah, I like the jalapeno one better. Did you want another bag of chips open?
Not me.
Okay, so I'll let them know that the artifact that spoke to us before when we were going to the box of artifacts, that led us to a box of artifacts.
The haunting whisper in your mind.
So this was the same voice that sent you to that set of artifacts? Is that what you're saying?
What set of artifacts?
Epic crystal, blah blah.
No.
No. Oh, that artifact. Okay. Sure. We'll send a road with you. Wait.
Yeah. Vicarious won't pass up on the chance to go with you.
What did you say?
Vicarious, the rogue.
No, what did James say?
I'll send the rogue with you.
Oh, lovely.
Hemingway offers to protect you.
Okay.
He doesn't really like the city anyway. So
Okay.
you make your way
Going to the
south,
box.
down through a giant gate, what looks like an ancient wall to a castle from centuries past. And all the buildings built on top of it and around it.
Okay.
Make your way down to docks to what looks like a water recently was on top of everything. There's seaweed and shells and all sorts of flotsam on top of the shore, on top of the harbor. There's one upturned ship and a few knocked over barrels, but relatively everything is still in working order.
Mm-hmm.
There's a small shack kind of built into the edge of a hill. And your whisper speaks to you again. It's in there.
Okay. Going up the hill. So there's nobody around.
Yes,
Sorry. Who's around?
dock workers. They're cleaning up. There's a few men wearing no shoes and shorts, and that's it.
Are they paying any attention to me?
No. They're tying ropes and moving boxes. Just being generally busy.
Was there anybody up near the little shack?
No. The shack is made out of metal. It's like a tin shed, and its back is in the hill. There's a door. It's made out of wood, but it's hanging off its hinge a little bit.
So what is it like? Sense magic, sense evil. What do I check? What have you
You're a
checked?
ranger, babe. You'd be checking tracks. That's about it. Maybe sending your cat to scout.
I'm saying the cat ahead, but what about the rogue that you sent to me? Not really a back door for the sneak in.
Right. Vicarious looks at you like, are you sure this is the place?
Yep.
He goes from standing on his heels to the balls of his feet. He bends his knees and crouches slightly as he tiptoes toward the door. You see him, he pulls out his dagger and slowly moves his hand with the dagger up, around, all over, searching the door for traps. Doesn't see any. And in fact, the door opens a little bit as he's messing with it.
Okay.
The cat is walking around, and it's been trained to tell you if there's something amiss. So nothing has been amiss.
It's an angry cat. Okay, so we go in.
You start to open the door, and it doesn't move. It opens about half an inch, and then it's lodged against something. Hemingway asks, "You need some help with that?"
Without my ever-burning torch,
Okay.
so I can look into the room around the door. I want to see what's blocking it.
Okay. You put the torch in. You look. There's no barrels or boxes. It just looks like something's wrong with the mechanism holding it.
The door itself.
Yeah, like it's hanging kind of cockeyed and it's getting caught on the floor.
Okay, that's easy enough. You lift the door when you move it.
It won't budge. You can't lift it unless you're gonna try to slam into it or something like that. You're gonna try to break the door free.
I don't trust it.
Hemingway offers.
Yep, go for it, dude.
I got an axe. Step back. He heaves his axe out of its sling on his back with his one hand, eyes the door, leans back, and swings, taking a step forward, crashing into the door with a great axe with one hand, shatters it into countless broken shards of wood, splinter all inside the room, and a cloud of dust explodes out of the room.
Okay.
You get another whisper.
What's that?
It tells you to look to the floor. There is an entryway there.
Okay, so again, we're checking for traps.
Vicarious steps in and waves away the dust. He shuffles around and then turns around and gives you the okay.
Okay, so then I tell them that the voice is telling me that there's something in the floor.
He's already pointing it out to you.
So that's just confirmation.
Yeah.
So I tell them, yes, we need to go down there.
He checks that for traps. There are none. He pops it open and he looks inside.
Okay.
He yells up to you, there's a skeleton down here.
Just the skeleton?
Yeah, it's like it was chained up and then set on fire, and then left to rot.
Well, that's pleasant.
Barbecue.
There's some charred wood as if someone set some barrels on fire to ignite it.
And there's no voice talking to me now.
Well, you can always go and lift the skeleton.
Yeah. Okay.
So you head over, you put your head down, and you're overcome with a vision.
Oh, Lord.
Your view goes to black, and then slowly comes back, and you're in someone else's body. You're in a
What
group
did you
of
change me into?
you're in a group of adventurers,
Bastard.
You're just having a vision. Nothing to worry about.
and
Oh, this is last campaign.
there's a there's a man down there, and you feel like there was an accident, and then all of a sudden there's flames, and then there's a it seems like you're being tugged back and forth. Then now you're seeing inside the shack, and it's being attacked by some kind of ghostly wraith. And then someone dies, and then you feel like you're safe, and you're walking up to what could have been Juhtimine, but there's no building, it's just some old dusty castle. And then your vision changes again, and you're on a ship. And then it changes one more time, and you're in the side of a giant beast. And you're scared. All the while, Vicarious is shaking you, trying to wake you up, because your body is screaming. Hemingway looked concerned.
Who's living with?
He's the one-armed barbarian. He doesn't like it. He thinks it's some kind of ancient magic that's taking you over.
He's right.
Your vision comes back, and you're left with this feeling of horrible dread about some ancient, enormous creature that can just swallow you whole and then leave without a trace.
What kind of creature?
A sea creature.
Really?
With a beak.
Really?
Hmm?
You're bringing it back?
Bringing it back?
It? Okay. And the vision's over now?
Yeah.
Okay, well that was too much for me to tell them.
What do you tell him? You're left with that feeling, though.
Or you don't have to tell us at all if you don't want to.
The sea definitely isn't safe.
That's alright. Sea's too slow anyway.
You stick with teleporting.
Yep. So anyway, not going to get barding for your animal companion. Not going to get barding for your animal companion. I mean, it doesn't have to be magic.
Yeah, but
And non-magical armor is still +4/+5 armor.
that's cool. What's the base cost for a medium animal though?
It's a medium-sized animal. So whatever the base armor is, like a chain shirt's 100 gold, and you double it, so that's 200 gold for a chain shirt parting. For a breastplate is 200, I think, so it's 400 for a breastplate.
That's not bad. Cool.
Something like that. Keep in mind that a breastplate is medium armor, so that it'll slow them down 10 feet.
Right, I don't want to do medium.
So light armor, like a chain shirt. And then if you want to make it masterwork as well, that'll help with that'll reduce the penalties to their
I
skills.
think animals are not normally proficient with armor, so you have to get the proficiency feat.
Do you have well, what level druid are you for the purposes of your animal companion?
I'm a level 6 ranger. So what does the druid level have?
Yeah. Do any of the other classes apply? The stalker of Crush apply?
I don't think so. I think it's
Yeah, it does.
well,
It's
yeah,
ranger.
no, it does.
It's
It
your
does.
ranger level.
So I'm total 10 ranger, so 5 druids.
Yeah. So did you take the natural bond?
I don't remember hearing about that one.
No, I don't think she did.
Okay. So it says 5 druid level then. So
Can you
Don't
see?
get another feat at level 12?
Is every 3? Yeah.
what's your animal companion?
A tiger. So is improved critical, is that a feat? Is that what I took for 12?
Okay. That's weird.
What?
The tiger requires a 7th level druid.
Maybe she's a tiger.
So what's the reason you gave me a tiger? Well, help me look it up.
I mean, a tiger is fine.
No.
I mean, are you sure it was a tiger and not like a leopard or a cheetah?
Yeah, but for some reason, I don't remember why he gave me a tiger. We thought we did a bunch of research and stuff, but
That might have been including natural bond then. Natural bond is a feat that adds +3 to your druid level for your animal companion.
I don't have that though. I don't think I've ever heard of it.
I mentioned it last game actually, but
Let's
maybe.
see.
Okay.
You lost it.
But I think you got your animal companion before that, so. I don't know.
Yeah.
When we were fighting the frostworm.
I lost my
You have
my
Can you pull up Stock of Crash? Because I don't have a copy of that book.
Yeah. Well, I've only got the web page here.
And what does it say for
It's in
animal
Book of
companion?
Exalted Deeds. It doesn't say animal companion anywhere here.
But it does, it's like your spell.
Well, it
follows
includes
your ranger.
Hmm?
Each of your level, it follows your spells.
So then I would need ranger, not stalker.
It's one level of ranger for spells per day.
Well, okay. I guess it's pretty irrelevant, I should say. So what happens when you are not proficient with armor is that you take the armor check penalty for skills to everything else, like things like attacking and whatnot. If you get a light enough armor that doesn't have an armor check penalty,
Right.
then it doesn't matter. Then you don't need proficiency.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's right. It's like putting on cloth armor, even if you're not proficient in cloth armor. That's why most humans are, because it's not going to make a difference.
So your options then would be like a masterwork leather or a mithril chain shirt. Mithril chain shirt's a fair bit more expensive since the mithril part's 1,000.
Yeah. But what does it do? I mean, what does that extra give you? Give you
Mithril?
extra AC or something?
No, mithril reduces the armor check penalty to 0 for light armors.
That check penalty would be on these kind of.
Get your feet off the cushion. Brian, Take your feet off the cushion.
You're not recording this, I heard. But yes, mithril on armor reduces armor check penalty by 3, and the highest armor check penalty for light armor is 2. So
Bonus 2.
well, no, penalty. So armor check penalty for chain shirt is -2. Making it mithril reduces that penalty by 3, so it's effectively 0.
That just reduces the penalty. It doesn't give me any bonus for going more than. That's cool.
Well, I mean, it also does other stuff, but none of which are relevant to you.
So that's the only benefit of getting a mithril chain shirt is that reduce the check penalty?
It also reduces the arcane spell failure, but your animal companion doesn't cast spells.
Right, right. Well, that's cool.
It also reduces the weight and cuts the weight in half if we were actually paying attention to the encumbrance. So it's only 12.5.
But if I'm doing mithril chain, it's not like it's light chain. It's not even a weight penalty, is it?
Chain shirt is 25 pounds. So I mean, you'd add together everything that you were carrying, and then whether or not that makes it over or something is where encumbrance comes in. But we're not even paying attention to that. So a mithril chain shirt would be 12.5 pounds.
Oh, right. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hesitant to buy anything for the tiger, honestly.
What's your tiger's armor class?
Just as AC. AC is 14.
Okay, so kicking 14 to 18 might not matter too much.
Yeah, I don't expect it to last long in a fight. I really don't.
I have to admit that I really, really, really wanted to take apart your character and rebuild it.
Oh, yeah?
Just because,
My character?
yeah. Just because, okay, so for a completely different game a while back, I was playing a halfling outrider, basically a halfling riding a riding god, which was also his animal companion. So with all the various tricks put together, his Ranger 6 became effective Druid 6 for the animal companion for a riding dog, which means his riding dog, which started at AC 16, with 6 levels of Druid, that became AC 21.
Oh.
And then with barding, that became AC 25.
Oh.
So that's sort of the difference between a character that was actually built around the animal companion as opposed to a character that's just a mix of everything.
A lot. I don't know, I think it's interesting this way, but...
Admittedly, your character also does a fair bit more archery damage than my character does.
Oh,
my
really?
character
Yeah,
does, so.
yeah.
So again, I mean, rebuilding a little bit to focus a little more on archery would make it also a lot better at archery than your current character. But again, it's like you have a generalist character or you have a specialist in one category kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's kind of not really relevant right now. If you want, like, yeah, 14 to 18, 14 to 17, even with using leather armor. I mean, it would only be like 150 gold. Or not like, well, more like 300 for masterwork. It'd be like 300 gold.
Master leather?
Yeah. Bargain.
Okay, we can do that. That's not bad at all. Did you hear that, Brian? Okay,
Nope.
so then what calculations do I need for his?
Okay, masterwork, studded leather is actually 150. It's actually only 200 gold.
200, yeah?
Yep,
Okay.
and that's plus 3 to armor class. And maximum dex bonus is plus 5, but that doesn't matter because your pet doesn't have 20 dex.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we log in again. So masterwork,
So it's another bardic.
bargain. Is there an AC bonus for that?
Yeah. The studded leather bardic is plus 3 AC bonus.
So much nicer.
And then is there a check penalty?
0. Masterwork.
And then it says max dex.
Plus 5. Doesn't matter because your dex bonus is less than that.
Weight.
20 times.
Okay. So speed.
Speed is wherever your speed is. Dex bonus.
And that's 200 gold?
Yep.
Pretty big bang for your buck.
Mm-hmm.
Most of that stuff is like diminishing returns.
Yeah.
For your dollar. Horrible. But like going from 2 to 3 on anything is just way exponential.
Yep. Plus 2 weapon, plus 3 weapon is.
Why do I still have silver sheen?
Silver sheen.
I'd hang on to it if I were you.
That's for the vampires, right?
Yeah, it makes it really fun.
Or you might get some silver arrows. That might even be cheaper.
Which of the weapons did you get?
I didn't.
Oh.
Was I supposed to?
Yes.
I don't know what to get.
Well, you can get anti-undead or anti-drow weapons
For what?
for killing dead and drow.
Can I add that to my longbow of shock?
No. It has to be one or the other.
The switch weapons is a perfect. Or sell one of it.
So, yeah.
So, what you're telling me is that I'm going to need either drow or undead coming up.
There's a lot of things.
It's a possibility.
It's just what was offered. These are the artifacts from the past.
That's okay. I'll just keep my longbow of shock.
They didn't consider the green army a threat.
And I'm going to.
I'd actually take the undead.
Longbow of undead.
The Bane of Undead plus 2d10, so that's 2 touch. Because archery tends to have more problems with undead than most other
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Especially if you're in piercing.
Yeah.
Skeletons.
Okay, so how do I figure this up now?
You add another weapon. You add another weapon option.
Oh, add another weapon?
Yeah, it's a different weapon.
A new line on the thing.
So plus 2. Undead. Bane of undead. And then, do you put the special properties as the 2d10 plus ghost touch?
Well, it gets +2 and
Here?
2d10.
You get plus 2 here.
It gets your normal melee.
Melee. We're talking about that.
Oh, I mean, right.
Hit things with your bow.
18. And then you get.
My normal, okay, so all of this is based on a character level 12, because I've not leveled up.
Okay, then make this for level 12, and you can level everything up to 13.
Okay, so plus 2 onto the 18 is plus 20.
Yeah.
And plus 15.
Mm-hmm.
And then damage.
You get. So you had 1 from the lightning. You had 1d6 and 1d8. So it's probably 1d8 plus 2d10.
Yeah.
Plus 2. Crazy.
And then crit.
Percent.
Plus that matters. It's on there.
Special is ghost, yeah, ghost touch.
Okay. Okay. Sweet. Okay, I want to have that one
Now that affects
in
these
the
other ones.
Quiver of Ilana, right?
Just remember.
These numbers are based on this other bow.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
So if it comes to where you're okay, I'm fighting undead, just know that those numbers are different.
So if you, so one thing, since I'm giving everyone a greater magic weapon every day,
Holy crap.
do you want to just adjust those numbers for greater magic weapons?
Is there any circumstance where you won't be able to give that?
If somebody dispels you,
This spells?
if somebody casts the spell at you, and if they beat my cast level check,
So do we want to just adjust it for greater magic weapon?
I'll just remind everybody, I guess.
So what would I adjust? What would change?
So greater magic weapon would change, it would change this +1 into a +3. Change that +2 into a +3.
Oh, okay, okay. So then that would be there, +3?
Right.
And those would be the same?
Yeah.
And these would be the same?
I don't know, these would also go up.
Oh, so add 2 more to each of these?
Right.
Oh, so it's like 21, 16. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'll need a reminder on that one.
Right.
It's cool, sweet.
I'm assuming magic still works on this island. We'll get there and find out how much spells don't work.
On the peninsula?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That would be the trick. But if magic didn't work there, you wouldn't be able to get there anyway.
Okay.
Alright, we all set together then? Anyone doing any more
So,
shopping?
after the experience with the skeleton, where's the rest of the group now?
There's some town.
Did you find anything with the skeleton?
There's just skeleton, right?
Yes. It's just a blast from the past.
So,
So, we're gonna head back to town
Yes.
and meet up with the others.
Okay.
And I'm gonna tell them that I was seeing visions of somebody else's life, and that there are sea monsters in the vicinity, or this person experienced a sea monster, and that, what else? I can't remember.
Monty says,
Oh Lord, are we in danger?
What else did we see? What else did you see? I can't remember.
well, you don't necessarily have to tell us everything. I mean, other than the fact that the water is probably a dangerous place to be.
I saw, what's this place called?
Juhtimine?
Juhtimine before there were any buildings. It was just a castle. There was nothing here. but that skeleton is the remains of somebody who died an awful fiery death.
Efu says we should tell the authorities about skeleton. Find his family and do what's right with the body.
Is that because he's a righteous cleric?
No, he's just small. Says luckily, I think the stables inn that we're going to be staying in are where most of the black agents are. Would be a perfect chance to just tell them on our way. So the group makes their way to the stables. The door to the stables is nondescript. Just wood. Open, just plain everything. The tables, they're circular. Wood stools. There's no carpet. There's a bar with a bartender. The only thing that really stands out is everyone inside is wearing a black agent uniform.
And that's the rest of our party too.
We are not wearing black agent uniforms. Everyone else is. Unless you want to be. You're wearing the moon. No, take that back off.
The moon?
Yeah.
I'm wearing the moon.
The black agent.
Oh no, I'm wearing the brooch.
Okay.
But I was just curious what everybody else in our group is wearing because I can disguise myself. I would have had a disguise. If I need to, I could be a black agent.
Handy. Okay. So Efu walks up to the closest agent and tells them. The agent looks a little confused and then jots down a note and hands it to someone that was standing behind him. And then that guy runs off. You spot Bibbidi across the room.
I do?
Drinking a mug the size of her head. Drinking out of a mug the size of her head.
Tell her to watch out, she might drown.
You're so funny. Thanks a lot. That's why I like you. I mean, I love you.
What's up, bitty bitty?
You want the rest of this? I don't think I can finish it.
It's pretty much full.
Yep, I'll take it.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'll see you in the morning. I'm supposed to go check on the harbor. The first light.
She gets off her stool, long fall, and then scampers off. And up the stairs and into her room.
Okay.
So you have a free drink, room full of agents, got a busy day ahead of you.
Nice.
You do anything? Just gonna go to bed?
I'm gonna sit and drink my beer for a while. What's the rest of the party doing?
Hemingway has already drank 2 beers. Efu is standing with his arms crossed, staring at everybody. Not inconspicuously at all. Atomican, what are you up to?
Just sitting at a table. Sitting, maybe drinking.
He's sitting on a stool, hulking over a mug.
The stool looks like it's about to break.
Careful, that table you're leaning on is beginning to creak with the weight of your elbows. Basil,
finishing up scribing. I'll also be at a table with this working under my spellbook.
It's not easy, but you do find a table that with an empty
In the corner,
space.
somewhere in the stairs.
The problem with this table, though, is the wood isn't finished, and so it's real rough.
Okay.
So you pile up scrolls underneath. and make
Well,
smooth
it's a book.
surface. Oh, into your book?
Yeah.
Okay. So that doesn't matter. It's relatively quiet. The agents don't make too much of a ruckus. The bard asks the bartender if she can entertain, and the bartender respectfully declines.
Where's Monty? We have our own bar.
That's what I'm talking about. Monty asked to be the entertainment. The bartender told her no.
Oh. The bartender said no.
Vicarious sits at the bar next to a obviously drunk agent and eyes his coin pouch, which he's set on the bar.
Oh, could I just buy one more thing that I forgot about?
Uh-oh.
What was it?
Mithril buckler. Or no, not mithril buckler. Make it mithril. Oh yeah. Let's make a mithril buckler of Death Ward.
Yay, Death Ward. Yeah.
It's blocks one hit of negative energy, stop something or other.
What's the price on it?
Base price would be 5,000 and 15.
You say total 15?
5015.
Buckler of what?
Death Ward. Mithril buckler of Death Ward.
Dick Ward?
$6,469.
Whose check
Whose
are you
exchange
using?
rate is that?
I'm using manas with the 2 rolls that I made.
Okay, 6,000 what?
6469.
64.
I rolled almost as low as you could go. That's I want you to know that. I did make the DC success on the appraise roll. Otherwise, it could have been lower. But then I rolled a 98 out of 100, and higher is worse on this element. It's like rolling a 5. So that sucks. But it kind of makes sense with the state of the economy. Main island. Vicarious looks at that gold pouch, tries to steal it.
Really?
Yeah. He swipes it.
Whose character is Vicarious?
Sam.
Do we need this character?
No. He's lost a few others already. He was the rogue, turned druid, turned rogue again. Yeah, so he swiped the pouch. Does FU notice? Nope.
Alright.
Vicarious moves to the other corner of the bar, L-shaped. Another drunk officer looks around and goes for it. Oh. He
What
gets
is
it.
the +5 saves against
He
mind
gets both
affecting
pouches.
effects? Is that part of the epic bane of undead?
No, that's mind cloaking.
Oh, I see. It's just the way it was written.
Yeah, it's copy paste out of that spreadsheet. Horrible. Rye, Hemingway are both drinking it up. They get hammered and eventually stumble upstairs and go to sleep in the same room. Everyone else ready to go to bed? Yep.
Yep.
Bed!
I
Yay!
only need 2 hours of sleep tonight.
Good, because before the sun is up.
So I'm gonna make a deal with one of the other people that's still awake to keep an eye out for us while I take my 2-hour nap.
Well, that's a good idea, because not everyone sleeps like Potemkin.
Yep.
Hey, what is your coffin, by the way?
Okay, so you know how the bag of holding can't have living creatures in it? Does a vampire count as a living creature?
No.
No.
So a vampire can enter a bag of holding and be perfectly fine.
I can't think of anything wrong with that.
Okay. My coffin will be in my bag of holding.
Okay.
What did he say?
Do you leave your coffin inside the bag of holding?
Is there a coffin
No,
inside the bag of holding? Or are you
Pulling it out to sleep in?
or are you saying that bag is your coffin?
The bag is my coffin.
Okay. Just hope nobody comes along and like ties it off.
Wait, what was that?
Just hope no one comes along and ties it off.
Or tries
I
to,
can't exit my own bag of coffin. My bag of holding?
you can't open something from the inside,
Can.
One of us
So
to
it's
take
an
him out.
extra dimensional
especially
space.
from another plane.
So he needs one of us to take him out of his coffin every day?
Well, no, he can just leave it open. It's just that so long as nobody comes along and closes it.
Like a genie in a bottle. Can you imagine someone steal it? Like, oh look, that's a pretty bag. Oh, I got a bag. Open it, vampire. A Goliath vampire. Are you a genie? Yeah, that would not work out well. All right, so who is an elf? Monty is an elf.
I have an elf.
So is Mana. So is Basil. All elves. Alright, so you decide to stay up and watch. Cool. The night passes quickly. With the hum of conversation as agents come in and out from all around the world. You hear different accents. Everyone keeps different hours because they're from different time zones. It's a generally busy inn. Before sunlight, right when the morning winds begin to blow, the bell atop the tower, the Temple Corlon Lerithian, tolls out for the morning. Bong! Bong! Vivity and her squad are already up. And you hear them talking as they make their way down the stairs and out at the end.
Alright, you guys, it's our job to go to the harbor and check it out this morning. See how the cleanup crew is doing with all the warships after the tsunami. Alright, LZ.
Oh Lord.
Yep. So the agents are expecting you back to leave at 1400. So FU calculates that what they really mean is they want us there by 1000. To be prepared, to gear up, get briefed, and then go. Hemingway and Arai, the two warrior humans, and Vicarious, along with them, slowly get out of bed by 9. The sun is already out. With its warm rays and the cool breeze blowing. Beautiful city. Island capital of Juhtimine. The party are all meet. There's breakfast being served in the downstairs common area and that tavern part of the stables inn. And once you're ready, you go to the temple.
One more thing. One last thing. I would like to find a cleric to cast Stalwart Pact on it.
Stalwart Pact.
I will, 700 base price for the service.
You'll find them in the temple.
Okay.
So you go to the temple. In the main floor, the first room, it's a long corridor. At the end, where there used to be an altar, now there's a statue. On either side, there are little rooms made with room dividers. And there looks like clerics, priests, monks, all sitting at tables doing paperwork. Very interesting environment. But you go to one and ask for the service. They oblige, take your donation, and at cost, cast the spell.
At cost, so only the material component?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rest of the party makes their way through the side door, down the stairs with the breeze blowing, down around the circular room to the reception area where there's a large metal slab in the wall. And now, where there was a man, there's a woman wearing a very thin cloth dress with a cloak and the symbol of Kuldne Ripping. Not armor like the rest of the guys, just like a cloth dress. She's wearing also a headband with a jewel in the center of the forehead.
Is she a princess?
No. She presses her palms together as you approach. She gives a slight bow. Turns around and places both hands on a plate on the wall, and this metal wall turns translucent, just as it did tonight. The party's able to walk through. You enter into chaos. Men and women are running from desk to desk. There's a light hum, like an alarm, emanating through the entire room, and the lights in the center of the room, not the torches, are intensifying and then decreasing with each hum, like a light. The men running to and fro are holding scrolls and maps and pointing and yelling. And Amongst the maelstrom is the captain commander, freshly shaven, standing with fresh boots and a clean uniform. His hair is even combed. Staring at the party as they enter the room. He waits for the party to approach and addresses everybody. All right. Well, let's get straight to the point, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the situation. You're now going at it alone. We were going to send Bibby's squad with you, but they were killed. Juhtimine is currently under attack. There's an enormous beast that came in from the ocean. The enormous tentacles that smell like decaying flesh that are attacking the already decimated war fleet. Tragically, we've already lost several agents. However, your mission is too important to postpone. Our forward operating base should be within any moment contacting us, and we'll prepare the teleportation circle. Are there any questions? All right. So, pull up another map. He points at a map of the world again. Two maps of the world. And shows you where the current intel has pegged the Red Army has landed on the peninsula. However, they've been stopped by the giant ancient construct who guards that pass. It was rumored that he was still active, and those rumors have been confirmed. However, we're sure whatever wicked drow army is going to find a way through it with some time. So we're on the clock, people.
Is that funny? That's stressful.
The blue armies are absolutely bringing an army of undead to battle the other undead who are fleeing the horizon of death. We've lost 2 regiments of Imperial Army and countless civilian volunteers.
Wait, so the horizon of death is back?
No.
Okay.
The area. We lost countless volunteers and 2 regiments of officers to the undead hordes that came out of the horizon. So there's still no intel yet whether the blue faction is still free or what they are planning to do. No conclusion should be made about what will happen with the red faction as well. So, if you are confronted with either force, you are commanded to not engage.
Oh, jeez.
However, that should not be an issue, as Intel has them several 100 miles away from where your insertion point is. So, Among the chaos and the humming alarm, wom, wom, you hear the captain commander turns, and
They found Thomas Edison's lab.
he turns back. All right, people, it's time. Get geared up. It's ready to roll. He makes his way over to the center of the room. Takes a while. It's a long walk. The raised platform in the middle of this giant warehouse of a room underground. People running by. You see him approach. He signals the priest looking agents over, and they begin doing something with the runes on the ground. And then they all stand, and a magical force fills the room. And if you can detect magic, the skin on the hairs on your arms, it will lift up. It's an enormous amount of magic being channeled through. There's a flash of light. And then all of a sudden, the teleportation circle is. Captain Commander turns around and yells to the party, "It's now or never! Let's go, go, go!"
Okay, we go, go, go. We're not allowed to engage.
Well, we're not engaging the two first armies, right?
Okay. Everyone jogs over or walks, depending on your alignment, and step through. Just as before, it's incredibly stable connection. Teleport. You're not shimmying around or anything. Great. Your vision of the warehouse, the command center, the agent headquarters fades out of view. And into view, you see like a swirling energy of magic. You close your eyes. When you open them, you see an image of a mud pit. It looks like a wall of mud, as if like a giant shovel had just plunked down in the earth, pulled it out, and now you're standing looking at the side of the earth that just got shooed.
That looks unnatural.
Yeah. And fresh. Above you, there's a, it looks like a what would have been a wall has fallen over and made like a lean-to. So you're in a triangle-shaped room where one wall is made of dirt, mud. The other wall is a wall leaned over onto that mud. And it's almost completely dark. You don't see anyone. And you don't hear anyone. The whole party materializes. And the barbarian says out loudly, "This wasn't what I expected." His voice echoes a little
Alright. It's not what he was expecting.
Vicarious gives him a look like, "What the fuck, dude? Don't be so loud." And Hemingway shrugs his shoulder.
I whip out my ever-burning torch.
You do. You notice tracks immediately. There's several tracks. 4. They're all wearing agency boots. They all were walking around where the teleportation circle is now, and then they stood in the corner for a while, and now it looks like they've exited this corner of the wall in the mud where it gets real tight. It's like gone through.
Okay, so there's 4 sets of tracks, and they've gone this way. They've gone through the wall. Does anybody want to follow? Okay. So is Vicarious still with us?
Vicarious offers to go first.
Yep.
He crouches down
Figured as much.
and tries to move silently down the hallway. You don't hear him as he passes into the shadows. And then you see a hand reach back out for the crevice and wave everyone forward.
You want to be paranoid? You recognize the hand?
It looks like Vicarious' hand. Spot check. His hand looks the same. It looks like a rogue's hand. So you haven't looked at Vicarious' hand in several days. There's still a seed of doubt. There's no wind. There's no sound. The hum of the teleportation circle has faded. The light is out. The teleportation circle is gone. Mana follows Hemingway as he crouches down and fits his shoulders in the crevice. And they go out of this little room, makeshift lean-to, into the darkness.
So I have my tiger go ahead and scout it out.
Okay. What command do you give it?
The same one I gave it for the shack.
Which is?
Scout.
Okay. Tiger takes off.
Since you told me it's really good at doing that.
Makes his way. You don't get any alerts from your tiger. Seems safe enough.
Okay, then we move forward. Or I move forward.
You enter into the crevice and you hear, "Fucking bloody shit!"
Who is it?
It's a voice you don't recognize, and it's coming from the end of the
I'm
tunnel.
light. How far down the tunnel does it sound like?
There's at least one turn you can see.
So I send the tiger to scout.
It's already around the first one.
So I pull the tiger back.
Okay. Tiger comes back.
How many people are with us?
Eight.
8. And where did Vicarious go?
Down the tunnel.
Okay. I'll tell my tiger to go scout again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm following.
You creep around the corner. Are you going to try to do it silently? Or hiding?
Yes. I'm checking for traps.
Moving silently while hiding and checking for traps. Got it. You kick a rock, and you peck at something that kind of looks like it could be a trap, and it releases a rock from the roof, and it crashes down with a sudden thud and a loud. That and your ever-burning torch illuminates on your face and throws several shadows in different corners of the cave. You make your way around the corner, everyone is looking at you. At the edge of the tunnel, there's a long tunnel. You see several figures standing in the light, so you only see their silhouette. But outside the tunnel, you see what looks like the horizon, but there's nothing on the horizon. It's dirt. It's not ocean.
No trees, just
No trees.
dirt.
No buildings.
How far is the horizon? Is there mountains?
No, but it's really as far as you can see. It's like faded because of the atmosphere that's so far away.
Okay, so where's the guy that just said bloody hell or bloody shit?
You have to assume he's one of the people standing at the edge of the
How many are there?
I mean, not in the tunnel.
How many are there?
Over there, there's 4 agents
Oh,
of
so you're caught up
Carius.
to them.
Yes. So you approach the agents, and they don't pay you any mind. They know you're coming. You approach the edge of the tunnel, and you realize you're looking at out of a cave that's on the side of what could have been a quarry, except it's the size of a crater as if the moon crashed.
Holy crap.
The entire old capital city is gone. You look down and you're dizzy and feel nauseous. It goes deeper than you ever thought could go deep. The light eventually fades and you can't see the bottom. You can just barely see the other side of this enormous chasm. And constantly all around you see bits of rock falling down. But there's nothing else. No life, no unlife.
Okay, so I'll just tell everybody behind me that we caught up to the agents and there's nothing out here. There's a big hole.
Is there an exit?
The tunnel exits out into nothing.
So at the tunnel, you see like a ramp of dirt that someone has hastily cut in. There's probably the agents trying to find a suitable place to make the teleport, since they couldn't find the harbor.
Right.
You're about 30 feet down from the top. If you stood on the edge of the cave and looked up,
Okay.
and the voice you heard earlier, the fucking Captain Commander's not gonna like the sound of this. You hear more cussing and spitting and kicking of rocks as he talks with his other 4 guys. There's 4 of them.
Mm-hmm. 4 safety traps. 4 guys.
One is a human female with a long braid, and she is the tallest of the 4.
Ooh.
The guy doing the talking is shorter, balding human with many wrinkles on his face. He's very, very tan. Like he's out in the sun too much. You see his skin looks like leather. He has a beard. Not a long beard, just a scruffy beard. And the other two look young, but they're also human, and they are very, very muscular. And they're all wearing what looks like modified armor from the agency. Like they've each customized it themselves.
So they think we're special. Okay.
Hey, what do you do? Say anything to them? They're talking amongst themselves.
Right, we thought about finding a place to put a portal.
No, they already did. Now they're talking about how the Captain Commander is not going to like the news that they're going to bring, that there's a giant hole in the world. And the old capital city is not there anymore.
There's a hole. There's a hole. I would like to go see this hole.
Okay, you go to the edge of the cave and look out. You can't see really anything else.
Arcane sight.
Arcane sight. But just see magic stuff.
Yes. Also, I also have Dragon Sight up, which is low light, dark vision, tremor sense. Dragon Sight.
I'll describe it a little bit again. It's extremely huge. You just see the other side of it. If the moon had made a crater in this size, the entire old capital city is gone. What you can see is along the edges of the wall, as it comes closer, you see boulders the size of houses that look like heaven as they're crashing and falling down into the hole.
Oh, so it's still
Alright, so
happening.
looking down, what do we see?
The light eventually fades, and you can't
see the
see.
bottom.
Okay.
There's no noise, there's no wind, there's no life, there's no unlife.
What's up?
In the sky?
Blue sky,
Okay.
no clouds,
Interesting.
it's void. There's no magic
Did the
residue. So you can assume that it wasn't caused by a spell.
okay. So for the the forward team, did they explore it all around outside before they approached the city, or did they see anything at all outside before they approached the city?
You asked them that.
Yes.
Well, we got up our ship, anchored well away from the harbor, and we rowed in before sunlight. We reached where on our maps there was supposed to have been a harbor, and all we found was a rocky shore. And what we've learned to call death bubbles.
Ooh. That doesn't look
It's
so
like
good.
foam, like when from your shaving, but it smells like something died.
Okay.
So something big happened here. We knew it. So we rowed over to where it was least rocky, between these two large rocks, and we moored our ship there. We pulled it up onto the rocky shore, and then we crawled for nearly 2 miles until we reached what we were confirmed on our map as the city wall. But still, we cannot see any city anywhere. No trees. We luckily did not encounter any undead. But that's probably because we were warded before we left.
Okay, so the area around the city, or the area around the former city, is basically empty and flat.
Yes.
Okay. So that seems to mean that our way forward is down. Anyone okay? Anyone see differently?
Well, we were hard pressed to find anywhere to make a teleport for you, because you're supposed to be you're going to take this forward, and we're going to head back. So, way forward, wherever you want to go.
Derek.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
So, alright, area surrounding, empty and flat. Where the former city is one big hole.
Okay.
As far as I can tell, the only way forward is down into the hole. Unless anybody has any ideas of anywhere else to go. Or anything else to check.
What was that thing about death bubbles?
That was by the harbor.
Okay.
Where the harbor was supposed to be.
Okay. I guess we're going down to the hole. Sounds like Chow territory.
Alright, so I'm going to float over to the middle of the hole, since I have my permanent fly thing up.
Okay.
And then looking down, it's basically down to the limits of my sight and darkness below that, right?
Right. And
So-
you can
so
begin to feel strange because you can't see the bottom.
Okay. Pull out a torch from my survival pouch. Drop it.
Watch and wait. You watch it.
And it falls.
And it just falls.
And it falls. And we hear nothing.
And like a star twinkling
Fades out.
in the night sky. It twinkles for a while, and then it's just not there anymore.
There's never anything. I wonder if the hole goes through the planet.
You jump down, would you fall all the way through? Or you
Oh,
fall down and then fall back up?
Jump at somebody off the ledge, see what happens. No.
Do you have
Not
a
quite that
familiar?
chaotic.
For your familiar down there. Mouse the lady! Well, now's a good time to stop. It's 5:30. Let's see what the other people want to say about this.
Okay.
Okay. So, Linksa, you're going to get another 100 for that last little bit. Looking ahead. Basil, you're going to get 200 for the floaty thing. Another 100 for the property thing earlier. So, wow. All right, so surviving the tsunami, the earthquake, interacting with the king, the captain commander, Vivity and her squad, the princess, the vampire daughter. There's a lot of role playing today. So What that means is you're about 13,000 experience base. What does that mean? Barbarian's level 14. Goliath is level 14. Well, it's level 12, but he doesn't go up levels anymore. Efu is 13. I think so is 14. Catfolk is 14. Oh, it chooses stuff. Monty's 14. Oh, we all hit 14. Okay. Well, the two exceptions being Gitsurai, because he's Gitsurai. Efu, he's only 13. And hey, yeah, man. So that buying off is already paid off. So he's no longer 2 anymore. He's only 1. And then Kirsten, she had a 1 level adjustment modifier, and she's highest. So, no, you have her beat by 300. So, interesting. Yay, level 14. Crazy town.
Crazy town.
Crazy town. Oh, this crazy town was weird.
So, question.
Yeah.
What would happen if I were to swallow my bag of holding, then have to be sent to my bag of holding?
You would die.
I guess that's the easy answer for the DM, right?
Wait, actually no, you turn gaseous and then fly to your bag, to your coffin, right?
Yes.
So then the bag of holding would, the bag of holding would pass through.
You would probably be deleted. Just, it never happened.
Bag of holdings are weird like that. I don't know.
But when you get sent to your bag, to your coffin, you go with all your possessions, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So if I have the bag of holding on me, then the bag of holding has to go into itself?
No. Because it's no longer your possession, it's your coffin.
Well, I don't know. I would say yes, and I would say it blows a hole into Space-9 fabric, and
So I have like a...
Here's the thing. You're not made, like, it doesn't just happen that you go there. You are intensely compelled to go there. Like, you're going to go with all your might, right? So if something stops you, it can stop you. Like your coffin is broken, or it's locked so you can't get inside it, or...
Well, the thing is, like when I'm forced to go back to the coffin, I can move faster than I can move any other time.
True. It's pretty sexy. Alright, so the next D&D gathering is less than a month from now. It's the last Sunday of August, which, I'll have to look up what the date is. 29th. No, that's not right. 31st. This is the last day of August.
Yeah, it's the 31st.
31st? Nah. So now that I'm not going to Boston for a few weeks, I'm not having broken servers to deal with, and the new website's pretty much done, I should have no reason to not give y'all an update before like the day of. That was kind of shitty of me. But yeah, I'm going to stop broadcasting now, Derek.
Okay.
Thank you for playing. See you next time.